The top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM. New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To get your information, to the spoon, to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today.
So I was feeling down, after I watched one of the semi-finals heat of the Olympics ongoing there in Paris, France, where Emmanuel Matadi, representing Liberia, finished 8th out of 9 sprinters. I felt bad. I felt down. We were cheering him up. But once I listened to the Spoon theme song, started to make me feel good. That's how, the feeling is when you listen to the song. You know that there's something coming up for you, something about to be served you, something about to change your evening. And we want to say kudos to you, Emmanuel Matadi. We all were rooting for you to have qualified to the finals of the 100 meters there sprint in Paris, but you didn't qualify. But there is always another time. Thank you for flying the flag of Liberia high. And we focus our attention on our female team as they go for the 4x100 relay. We wish them all of the best as well. But Emmanuel Matadi, thank you very much. I felt proud watching you represent Liberia, seeing Liberia boldly written on your chest. Yep, you did good. We appreciate you. Thank you again. And thank you to everybody representing Team Liberia. We'll do better next time. Coming up on the show, this is 101 with the CEO. We do have Mr. John Molu II. John S. Molu II, former Auditor General, Republic of Liberia, being our guest on 101 with the CEO. It promises to be fiery. It promises to be informative. It promises to be great. It promises to provide you with all of what you do normally get from Spoon Talk, plus a bit more. So Pro Max of Spoon Talk. Wherever it is you watching us from, we'd love to say welcome to you. Hope you had a wonderful Sunday. Those of you listening to us across Liberia, want to say a pleasant night to you. And Johnson T. Hine is watching us from Central China Normal University in Wuhan, China. So you are our first commenter for the day, according to our Scream Yard dashboard that we have. Again, don't feel like, oh, Jonesy didn't comment first, I commented first. How it happens is we get all of the comments from all of our different platforms coming in as one consolidated dashboard. So Johnson T. Hine, yes, today you're the first to have commented. Alice Ban, hope you're doing great, watching us from Iowa, USA. Salia Vincent is watching us from Charlotte, North Carolina, aka the Queen City. Tita Fambula is also following us. Raymond Clark is watching, as well as Pedro Leonia Dulon. Pedro Medina Cruz. I just think of the Medina Cruz watching us from Indianapolis. Hope you're doing great. Tamba Bese is watching us from his workplace in Tyson Food Incorporated. Okay. James Brown is also watching us. Jimmy Camo following us tonight. Wilmot G. Schreiker is watching us from Monrovia, Liberia. Kamara, how are you doing? Watching us via YouTube. Hope you're doing great. Kamara is watching us from Norway. Nice. James K. Cole, how are you? Patricia Jones, hope you're doing great. Samuel Yam Bolly is watching us from Arizona, Phoenix. That's good. Wilson David, how are you? Emmanuel MB Saki, hope you're doing great. Maroni says, I'm watching with eagle eyes. Good to know. Eva Jala Richardson, Flomo Prince, Mohamed Fofana, Siliki Tayori, Hurricane Wayne, Urento JT Boo, Sadiu King, and the rest of the folks. We'd love to say thank you for taking up your time to listen to us tonight on One with the CEO. So someone says, please correct. What is it we have to correct? We'll read out your comments and see what is it that you want us to correct if it needs correction. But everybody, man, you're welcome. I sounded like Dwalu right now. Everybody, man. You're welcome. You're welcome to the show. Hope you're doing wonderful. The former CEO, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon, is definitely going to be on, as well as the political commentator and analyst Abdullah Kiatamba. We hoping that he joins us tonight for a wonderful show. And of course, there will be the rest of the other segments where panelists from the Spoon Talk team are definitely going to come on and give their own assessment of Mr. Malu's interview. Boomberger, what's up, Chief?
Happy Sunday to you, Diamond. Happy Sunday. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Happy Sunday to you as well, sir.
And this is first Sunday, the first Sunday of the month of August.
Yeah, it is.
Sunday. Did you go to church?
No.
Do you go to church?
I do.
But not today.
No, not today.
When the last time you were in church, Diamond? When the last time?
I'll answer your question. I was in church yesterday.
Doing what? What are you doing? Oh, you Seventh Day Adventist?
No, you asked when was the last time I was in church.
Oh,
I was in church
the last time you attended service?
But I attended a service yesterday as well.
No, it's not correct. There's something happening. It ain't correct. Oh. Like Ketawag said, nobody's stupid yet. There's something happening.
You once told me, answer the question as you hear it and understand.
Answer the question as they ask. You're right. You're right. So yeah, we ask a question, you answer according to the question. So I leave it like that. But we want to welcome everyone. Woo! Man, Dama, the amount of call I received about Malu coming on. Woo! Akaris Great he just sitting in front his computer right now. I didn't know Akaris Great in front of Malu like that. But man, that's what I say. Like he's a friend. Somebody is a friend of Malu. That's me. That's my own opinion, Dan. I'm entitled to it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are.
Yeah, but something just doesn't seem right. I didn't know Malu was this powerful. That when he speak, people tremble. We had a song that we used to sing. It make me to tremble, tremble, tremble. It make me to tremble. Malu is walking in the spine of some lawmakers. That he's coming to open everything and to open the blind eyes and make the cripple walk. Malu is a spiritual politician. He gave sight to the blind and wake up the dead. And that's the man we having tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Something begot something, and nothing begot nothing. A man that failed to plan, always planned to fail. And those are the line Balu coming with. That CDC failed to plan. Come on. What I have heard, eyes have not seen, nor ears have heard what is about to happen tonight.
Are we about to hear similar of what you've heard?
Yes. Good question. Yes. 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 Good question. And I must tell you, listen. This is the reality of when someone says government is continuing with it, this is it. That from one government to another government, things move and things happen. I want to say to all of you joining us, every one of you, we're going to have tonight, as our guest, one-on-one with the CEO, John, they call him John Simbe, S-E-M-B-E, Simbe Malu, the second. I don't want to see John Simbe Malu the first. I don't want to see who's the first. If I'm only dealing with the second, then I'm afraid as to who the first going to be. Yeah. This is the day the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. We're going to take home something today. Diamond, make no mistake. When you talk about audit, when you talk about what is happening at the legislature, people are stealing with no remorse. People are just being so corrupt. The bad people have turned to be worse, and the good people have turned to be bad. You got nobody. The report is damaging. We can name all of the 30 lawmakers. You'll find no one that is good. Not one.
So when you look in the Senate, you are saying you can't find anybody without blemish.
But the people are 30, right? From the pro tem down. You can't find, listen, Jesus Christ said, no, not one. There is none right now. There is not one. Most of these guys, they are digging hole, covering hole. They are covering. They are covering transgression. They are covering the corrupt practices. They are covering, and the Liberian people need to know this. You chop, I chop, go back chop. Man, you share the show. You share the show, you bring your brothers, your sister, your auntie, and we're going to have today John Balu. Amen. I'm going to, we're going to have Mame coming to join us today. The AG report on the compliance audit of the central bank, annual financial statement. That's going to be crazy. The NSA original budget at the beginning of the fiscal year, the adjustment that was made up to $25 million. Amen. We need to dig deeper. You're going to go down the line. Who is Gafuan? Who is Amara Konen? And you're going to ask people who started brown envelope. Which government started brown envelope?
So it used to be what color envelope before?
Oh, yeah. It was a peaceful envelope, white. It went to brown. Now you know the color?
No.
Black. It can only be distributed in darkness because you will not recognize it. My man, the executive, I love what Joseph Yiman Barker said. But you know what is so troubling? Have you asked yourself the question, when Americana wrote and Delon wrote and said they would bring Sylvester Graceful to book that the president should fire him, and the next day you see Delon on the plane going to South Korea, that story went dead. You remember?
Yeah, the summit the president attended in Korea.
You got ever hear about Sylvester Graceful being fired again? That's the Malasani style. You thought Malasani can't jump into the UNGA. Malasani was a darling queen. You thought we fire Sylvester Graceful is inappropriate. No. Can't join us to South Korea. That's the.
But who then extended the invitation for Senator Delon to go to China? Was it from the chief of staff of the president or?
But your question is so unique. But that for me to answer. John will come to answer. But you know what is happening, and the rest of the guys will be joining us shortly. It's so unique for us to say today. Sylvester Graceful taking money or requesting for money from for NASCA, it will harm this government for a long time. It will harm Sylvester Graceful. You know they can prosecute Sylvester Graceful for that, right? Under whose authority he requested the money to buy those vehicles. The lawmakers have become compromised. They will never talk about it no more. They cannot speak about that thing. They can't. I like the fact that Joseph Yiman Barker is fighting massively corruption. I love it. But this is one of the issues that the president must address. Who authorized Sylvester Graceful to take the people's money illegally? Illegally. And you know, we broke that news. And the lawmaker is saying, we will investigate, we'll fire him. Then the executive action said, can't take a trip with us to South Korea. And they went there, they took picture, case closed. That's it. That's how far they can go with the investigation. But this will harm Sylvester Graceful. This will pull the president in. But let's fast forward. And guys, thank you for sharing the show. Continue to share the show. This is what you do best. Go on your Facebook, go on your YouTube, go on your Instagram, go on Super, go on Fabric, go on Spoon, and just share. Bring everybody. We have John Balu. John Balu is about to tell it all. And what is so troubling? That you in Liberia, what is so troubling for us as a people is to also realize that the fight against corruption is so massive that the people will fight corruption itself. We bring it, Senator on the show. Senator will come on Spoon. Not today, but he will come. We are seriously negotiating, probably next week or so. But if you hold the rope will hold the bush. And when the rope hold the bush will hold the roots. The bush will hold the roots. So John Balu will be joining us in 10 minutes. So I welcome to the show Abdullah Mohamed, and I welcome to the show Kaf Hussein Ahmed Hassan. I don't know which way you say Hussein or the Hassan, but I welcome him. For post-analysis, we're going to be having UJ Hassan Fadiga. He will be joining this set. I know Katema is on his way from Cape Man. He said he's hurrying to get to the show. We'll go into motion. Folks, wherever you are, whatever you may be, wherever you find yourself tonight, John Spoon, it's about to go down. It's about to go down. Get your popcorn. Get your bottle of water if you want to drink Hennessy. That job, we are Hennessy XO. Get your Hennessy. Or get your Blue Moon. If you want to drink Blue Moon, there's somebody on the show. We that don't drink, we get our bottle of water. 3 different kind of bottle of water. We get
coconut water.
Water.
If you can drink coconut water, then my man, drink coconut water. No holding back. Welcome to One-on-One with the CEO. The former CEO. Somebody say, you're the CEO. No, I'm the CEO. I'm not today. But I'm troubled tonight. And I will give chance for the rest of the team to speak, but I'm troubled tonight, Dama.
What's troubling you?
Information I received concerning Mama Liberia. You cannot trust anyone. You cannot trust members of the legislature, the lawmakers. You cannot trust anyone in the judiciary, the judges. You cannot trust anyone in the executive. But at least I still have hope and a little trust in Joseph Yimabwaka. I still do. He's the last person I come and I trust on. The rest of them, they lie. They come and show face. They come and lie. They come and lie. When you hold them and you squeeze them, then they say you don't like them. But they just come and lie. And thank God for the Spoon Network, we will hold their feet to the fire. The Brian Envelope initiation, we know where it came from. The issue of a massive corruption in the country right now, that Samuel Toy refused to come. He will come. He will surround us. Folks, let me say this to you. Samuel Toy will come by way of Robert International Airport. They will arrest him. They will put him in handcuffs. He will go to the Liberia National Police and surrender. Yes, indeed. His lawyer will come and they will post bail. That's the law. That's the Constitution. But for some of you, say Samuel Toy is running away. No, he's not. Samuel Toy is not running away. He will not escape. He will face injustice. He will face the Liberian people, and he will answer to the question. But you want Samuel Toy to talk? Mame, you want Samuel Toy to talk?
Yeah, why you talk?
My Liberian people, what I'm hearing from Samuel Toy, you want Samuel Toy to talk? Welcome, Mame. You say, yeah, you want Samuel Toy to talk. You want Samuel Toy to talk? I mean, Stanton,
I want everybody to talk. I mean, people have been talking before. We say, okay, people used to compromise, corruption, people stole money. I mean, they get names attached to those allegations. But for a former finance minister to say, I got the evidence, I mean, it's very important that we listen to it. The only thing I will encourage him to do, and like you said, he's willing to turn himself over to the justice system. We encourage him to do that. But talking, revealing, somebody could say, okay, you knew about it 6 years ago, you didn't do it. That's a different story. But we want to know it. We want to know it. We want to know the names behind it. We want to see the evidence so Liberian people can see and determine that these are the kind of people we can make our leader in the future. That will be the next question after all the revelations. So we want the revelation.
You want someone to talk. The man is a wounded lion. You beat him during the election. He served in the government for 6 years. You beat him. There's a man that paid lawmakers. There's a man that was able to approve a budget, that you have the speaker, you have the vice president, you have the deputy speaker, you have the president, you have lawmakers going to him. You want him to talk?
Want him to talk. We don't just want him to talk. We want him to talk and provide the evidence. That the evidence we really need. You know, Spoon, we let us put the thing up for everybody to see.
I'm not saying, and Kev Hassan, I know that's your party, Kev. I know that's your political leaders there. I know. Kev Hassan, do you ready? I'm ready when you, because we got about 5 more minutes. John Madu will be on 5 more minutes. I spoke to him. Do you think at this time, Samuel Toy must do a tell all?
Stanton, when Samuel Toy entered the country, you guys will realize how wicked the Unity Party government is. How the length of which the Unity Party government went to destroy our country. You guys will see it. You will see the evidence. And you will see, and the Liberian people will make their decision who is the real corrupt party. You'll see it. You'll see it. So Samuel Toy will come and he will prove to the Liberian people and show the evidence of who the real corrupt, the wicked people, the real wicked party in Liberia.
So, mommy and Dama, you see what I'm saying? You see where I'm going at, right? Someone told you you're accusing me for $6.2 million. But I have document in my possession, $300 million.
Yes, sir.
I have people right now in this government.
Yes, sir.
I have people sitting now as lawmakers. I have speakers, former and current. I have deputy speaker, former and current. I have pro tem, former and current. Other people there you can figure out. Samatua is saying you want me to talk. Dama, let me bring you in briefly before I go to my mate. This is getting to be, I think BBC will have a station in Liberia. Al Jazeera will have a station in Liberia. CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, they will have a station in Liberia because there's going to be a very, very interesting investigation, Damo.
See, it reminds me of when we were kids, you know, and your friend did something to you and you didn't report your friend. And then you do something to that person and the person goes to report you and then you come out and say, oh, hey, remember the last time too you did it one to me and I report you. Now you can't report me. The question is, why didn't the WIA government and Minister Twe at the time report those ills that were done? Why did they keep those secrets? To whose benefit and what was the agreement that led to those things being covered? Those are the key questions. The next thing is how important are those evidence to the case that is with him, that he's involved with? That's the question. How do they relate? How do they correlate? If Mr. Twe says he's going to provide the evidence to turn state witness or for further prosecution to happen and all of these things, Liberians are interested in knowing and unmaxing who are these individuals, whether they are within the ruling party now or they are within the opposition, CDC or other parties. We need to know, because then people wouldn't be voting these people back in power when they know that these are the individuals that are causing our country harm. But the pivotal question Liberians are asking is, why now? That's just it.
Well, Diamond, I think we should.
No, I go to Mommy. Hold your why now, because I know you want to jump in there. I want to bring in Mommy, Kev. Mommy, the why now. Simple answer, but talk to us.
For me, I mean, Diamond lay it well. The why now is important, but we should not dismiss it. Let me say something. We need to first unpack this thing about Unity Party and CDC. Let's call names. Let's identify individuals. Otherwise, people will sneak under the party. Not everybody in CDC stole. Not everybody in Unity Party stole. The CDC as a political party, the rating manifesto, the agenda for CDC doesn't have stealing in it. So the party in itself is not a party that is a criminal party. Its agenda is not to steal. Individuals within the party decided to steal from the state.
Yeah.
Let's identify those individuals and name them. The same thing with the UP. The agenda of United Party is not to steal. People enter government and they stole. So to just say United Party versus CDC, I disagree. Name the individuals, attach their record to them. Let's discuss them in the context of what they did. Don't put it on the party, because when you put it on the party, then you shield the individuals. You hide their names. One of the party name you running with, but the individuals are not identified. So let's identify the individual. Nimi and Shimi is critical in the fight against corruption. So waiting for Twe.
But I beg you, Mambe. My Liberian people are begging you. You should sit back. There should be a national holiday for 1 month. It's time to start talking. There should be a national holiday for 1 month. It's time to start talking. I know what I'm talking about. He ran the finance ministry. Fought within the finance ministry today. Pay loyalty to Samuel Twe. I know what I'm talking about. I love the fact that President Boaga is going after them. I love it. But he's doing it by and through the legal system. I love it. Samuel Twe will be granted bond if it is okay, the people would take his money. He will go home like Johnson Campbell did. He will report himself to court. They will seize his passport. He cannot travel. He cannot leave the country except approved by the judge. These things are normal things in a country of constitution. But my question to the Liberian people, and I will ask John Baloo, do you want Senator to talk? In whose interest should Senator be speaking? Kev, talk to us.
Let me say this. Those who grew up in Bomi, a lot of people who were born in Bomi know this story. There was an incident of a military ambush with a paymaster. They took thousands of dollars. We're going to pay the 6th Infantry Battalion. The chief investigator who were investigating that ambush on the paymaster were the one who did the ambush. They were full. Ask anybody who know that story. The chief investigator, one Leskin guy named Freddie with some other guys. The chief investigator, those who grew up in Bomi, who know Bomi, know that story. And this is the same scenario playing. The chief investigator, the one that's told, and I guess during that time, they executed them. Probably were on TV. They did that. So what happened? What will happen is that they're crying for corruption. They're crying, but then when Summitsware come out and when CDC come out, the Liberian people will know who the real thief, who the real rogue, who the people that stole from Liberia, who break down Nokal, who under the past government, who under this government, who cover this president, cover a lot of people that he's supposed to be prosecuting under his watch, under JMB watch for 12 years. He covered them. And guess what, Stanton? He's still covering them. He got them in his government. And he put one close to him. Grisby. These are the people who wrecked this country. He got them. Don't he want to come and lecture us and tell us about corruption? Which corruption started, and he was the president of the Senate with all corruption went under his watch?
I got John Modu.
I have no moral ground to talk about.
I got Mr. Modu, and Mame, if you coming on before I bring in Mr. Modu, let's just wait a few more seconds. We got John Modu on 30 seconds real quick. You have anything to add before we bring in the former
I would just
Auditor General?
We want the information from everywhere. Everywhere we can get information about those who looted the state. We need it. Our Liberians need to know them by their names, not just by their association with political parties. We also want to send out a message to Tue and the other people who are under charges of corruption to go and answer to their questions. We know there's a motive. They want to prosecute the case in the court and in the public. For me, I will not be distracted. There are charges against you. Answer to those charges. In as much as I want the information from you, provide the information, we'll use it to do the name calling, but we cannot be distracted by you saying because somebody stole, so you stole too. Nobody in that discussion with you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we're happy that you're joining us again. Ketema is on his way from Cape Man. I don't know his condition. He probably will join us today, but we have to move with the show. Share our program. Thank you for joining us one-on-one with the CEO tonight. We have as our guest John Simbe, S-E-M-B-E, Simbe, powerful name, native name, Malu the second. Let's welcome the guest for the night. Welcome to the show.
Hi, Stanton. Hi.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I stay here waiting for you, right here in New Jersey.
Oh, come. Oh, come.
Oh, man. A wonderful Sunday. How's your end? John, how's your end? We're not hearing you.
Everything is okay, and I'm sorry I was running late, but I'm
Is there any way you can make some adjustment in your camera, maybe to go in to position yourself in the middle a little bit?
yeah. Hold on. I mean,
So as you can see, ladies and
I think it's
gentlemen,
gone.
no, you can just move your chair. The camera is cool, but move your chair mostly on. Move to the left hand side a little. Oh, you good? You good? You so good.
Okay.
Now you have to
Okay,
you have to tilt it up a bit. Okay, better, much better.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Okay.
Yes, you're super.
Thank you.
We have John
Thank
Molu
you.
as our guest tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Again, please share our program, but we need your comment. We really do. You have your question. You know who John Molu is. We want to get into this conversation. It's 8 o'clock in Liberia right now, 8:07 as we speak. Then John, don't leave us as we produce this show tonight. Let's ask John Molu all of our questions, and with interesting questions from Liberians home and abroad. We want to say thank you for joining us, sir. It's always we appreciate you. When we call on to you, you set a date and you show up. But today it's very big. It's a very new day in Liberia. I want to give you the intro, knowing, hearing all the trending issue. Jose Yima Baga is a witch hunter. He going after the witches. When you talk about witches in corruption, folks went to jail. They got released on bail. You've been following the story. It's all yours. We give you 2 minutes, sir. Speak to the trending issue as your intro.
Okay, thank you, Kev. Thank you, Ambulide and Demont. Thank you for having me, and thanks to the Spoon family. And I also want to thank every Liberian that is listening. Stanton, you know my issues. Today is a very difficult day for me, but I thought it wise to make a very concession effort to be here. The issue about corruption, the issue about prosecution, the issue about good governance is something that we all cherish very highly. Whether you're a CDCN, whether you are UP, whether you're a Liberty Party, whatever political affiliation you come from, whatever tribe you come from, this is a single most important issue that affects almost every Liberian. And every Liberian that I believe really want to fight this corruption. But the question is how, and can we do it in a way that is fair and just? Okay. I don't buy into the argument that corruption is relative. I believe that corruption, like any other violation of law, is absolute. You can't say because somebody did it, didn't get caught and punished, therefore you did it, so that we can punish you. I think in Liberia we have a history of trying to be relative. But here's the issue, Stanton. Governance, when I told President Joe Boakai, you are not going to be defined at the end of 6 years by how many roads you built, how well you did on agriculture. You're going to be defined by how you tackle this one issue that have evaded every Liberian president: corruption. Joia fell, he could have done more on corruption, he didn't. Ellen Sali, when she was leaving power, she said this was one of her biggest regrets, that she could have increased her effort on the fight against corruption. And here's what stands on corruption is so important, and Liberian people need to get this very clearly, that after today, I want to be able to demonstrate to the Liberian people the impact that corruption have on you and why you should be angry. Whether it's conducted by UP, whether it's conducted by CDC, go through the noise and focus on the number, follow the money. Because every dollar of corruption that leave the country or that somebody misappropriate is going to have an impact on drugs, healthcare, women mortality. It's going to have an impact on a whole host of issues. Today, I will agree with CDC on some issues. Like Kev was just saying correctly, we shouldn't be bringing bad people who are known to have committed corruption event in the past into the new government. I will agree with Abdullah Mame, who is not a UP partisan, and advocate that yes, we don't need to be relative, we need to be absolute. But let's rise above politics today. Let's focus on the facts and the evidence. Because for a democracy standard to function, you need three things. You need accountability, you need transparency, and you need the rule of law. And the single most important risk that threatens all of that is corruption. If there's corruption, people don't get justice, so there's no equality. If there's corruption, there's no accountability in terms of how revenue is generated and expended and how contractual issues are entered into. If there is no transparency, the yellow machines will continue to sit down at the barrack for as long as it takes until we can regularize it and tell 11 people, here is how we enter into 285 yellow machines. Corruption delays everything. So at the end of the day today, let's not argue over who did this, who did that. George Mano, we are as president of Liberia. Joseph Numa Boakai, as former president, Joseph Numa Boakai as president, they have the most single important obligation constitutionally to uphold the Constitution and to execute and implement the law fairly and consistently. This is why I made an argument recently that I don't want to go back to Ellen Sedi era when it comes to corruption. I am willing to agree with Kev when it comes to appointing bad people in government. Kev and I should agree on that. But we have to move forward as a nation. We have to start somewhere as a nation. When we campaigned to defeat George Weah, we promised the Liberian people that we will give them a government that will audit George Weah government. That was front and center everywhere. Let's do that first. If there's time left, we can go back to 1847 as fast as you want. But we have to live what our campaign promises. And this is what we're holding Joe Barker accountable for. You said this during the campaign. We convinced the Liberian people. We need to hold you accountable. You said you will bring in competent people in government and you will vet them. You didn't do that. We need to hold you accountable for that. You said you will run a transparent government. There are some mistakes that you have made. We need to hold you accountable for that. But we can hold Joe Barker accountable and punish George Weah folks so that we set a clear boundary that going forward, we are punishing George Weah folks. If Joe Barker folks behave, we will punish them. So by setting the boundary with George Weah, it lays the foundation. Joe Barker is now going to turn Liberia into the shiny city on the hill. His job, the way we saw it, was to lay that foundation so that the next government can build upon that. And unless we can deal with the issue of corruption, Stanton, and I told him, quote unquote, Uncle Joe, you will end up like Simon Doe, Ellen Sedi, Charles Taylor, Totman. These people all have good policy. But at the end of the day, we don't remember them for anything but for corruption and impunity. So we are happy. And seditionists are happy. Believe it or not, a lot of seditionists are happy that this action is being taken place because this is what George Weah should have done as we all advocated when he took power. He didn't. It is not Joe Barker's responsibility to go back and audit 12 years. It was George Weah's responsibility. If George Weah and his folks have evidence to bring forth to Joe Barker that is so conclusive, the question will become, why did you hold it? Then this is what I was saying. We need to enter another language in our discussion on corruption. Criminal conspiracy against the state. Because these people have evidence, they are obligated by law to uphold the law, they compromise the evidence. Whether it's in the legislative reports, whether it's GSE report, whether it's presidential report. Believe it or Stanton, if you were to go back, you can find a lot of presidential report from George Weah to Charles Taylor. They don't act on this report. The Liberian people should start demanding that not just audit report, but special investigative presidential report are acted upon. So let me rest here and open the floor. And I hope that we have an elevated discussion. We shouldn't yell and scream at each other. Let's try to educate the Liberian people. Let's do it calmly and fairly and let's try to back it up with facts and evidence. So I come here today with an open view. I am now CDC, I am now UP, I'm an independent person, so I will say what is true, what I can evidence. Where I can evidence, I will find you the evidence later on. But let's try to stick and elevate this discussion because Stanton, Liberian people are holding spoon in high esteem. We shouldn't come here and yell at each other and scream at each other. Let's have a professional, elevated discussion about Liberia, how Liberia competes with Ghana. Because Stanton, let me just rest on this. Joseph Newman Walker and I sat down for nearly 2 hours because I wanted to find out from Joe Walker, who is this Joe Walker? What drives him? What's in his belly? What is really driving him? And I brought up the issue of Ghana because I've been in Ghana for 12 years doing business, and I see the transformation of Ghana, what Ghana is doing. And I said, Ghana says they're the gateway to Africa. Joe Walker lays by, he look at me. He said, John, we are going to be that final destination. That final destination means a destination without corruption, a destination that is accountable, a destination that protects rule of law, a destination that caters for everyone, regardless. That's the Joe Walker Liberia that we have to insist. And like I said here, Stanton, when I was here before, if it means we rescue Joe Walker from Joe Walker to make sure that Joe Walker does that, no matter how upset he is, it is our obligation because Stanton, you, me, Abdullah Mambe, all campaign for change. And this change cannot be gradual and incremental. It has to be fundamental. And Joe Walker has to get onto that final destination so that we learn and be peaceful, so that Liberia is at peace. Liberia is stable, Stanton. Today, Liberia is stable because you got a military, you got police, you got all of that because the United States helped you build it. But there's no peace in Liberia. There's even no peace throughout Africa. You know why? Because you go to Gambia, to Benin, to Kenya, to Nigeria, people are poor. People are in poverty. There are no jobs. And the only reason people believe there's no job is corruption. So let's discuss that. And let's go through the audit report because I think there are a lot of misinformation in the audit report. There are a lot of misinformation about the arrest of Twe and the other people that I think I'm privy to information that I can bring forth and clarify so that Liberian people can follow clearly what's going on. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As you have heard, again, we're going to have a very, very engaging conversation tonight. I'm so glad to have you at this time in our country, like to have you, John Balo. It's always good having you, but today is a special day. For or against, opposition or imposition or no position, we're going to talk Liberia. We're going to discuss the issue. And I'm happy I'm joined by Abdullah Mambe and Kev Hassan, an independent Abdullah Mambe and a sedition Kev Hassan, Oyashen Kev Hassan. You as an independent man like myself, we're doing this all for the Liberian people, that we can give them nothing but the best. So I want to open the question. Folks, please write down your question. We can read your question. Please put your name if you present your question, where you're joining us from. I will highlight your question and give Honorable Malu the chance to answer. Honorable Malu, let me start from the beginning. Let's go light from my end.
Can you just call me John?
John. You know what? Well, I want to pull your legs to what I do, John. But let me start from most recently. We saw your piece 2 days ago, and you included a lot of stuff on your piece that you wrote. I believe it was you, right? You wrote it, right?
Yeah, I wrote it, yes.
Okay. All right. A lot of people are questioning whether you wrote it or whether someone else just,
I wrote it.
So, but thank you for confirming. But your piece you wrote, can we just take away the Akara's grade part? Because it's not, we're going to go to Joseph Walker and former President George Barnett. We are in the country at large. You went after Akara Mose Gray, and you talk about the project request through the CBL and local money. I want to give you the chance to please tell the Liberian people where you're from attacking Akara's Gray. Is it true that he took money from local Is it true that he requested money from CBL? Is it true that he owed the Liberian people explanation on the investigative report that he served as a resource person?
Yes.
According to him.
So this is Stanton. Thank you. I hope you can give me a few minutes. Let me really address this so that the people can understand the genesis. Okay. Joe Walker arrests 12 and few other people. We all clap, and I wrote a piece. I said, you shouldn't clap today for 12 being arrested, because if you do the same thing today, we could be president. And therefore, we will be holding your own people accountable the way 12 is being held accountable. Everybody in CDC praised that because I said Joe Weir can be president. And we shall stand by, because he has popularity. If Joe Walker doesn't do well, Joe Weir can be president. People disagree with me on that. But 100% of CDC was happy. So I started receiving phone calls from almost all the key players in CDC, talking about how they could have had George Ellen Sedi accountable, and started giving me $200 million here was spent, Anoka, $50 million was taken by whoever doing the transition, and 2018, they could, I mean, laundry list of grievances of documents in their possession for which they could have acted 12 years ago. Stanton, I listened to one of them for 1 hour and 45 minutes. I got a headache. So I got angry and I said, hey guys, you had an obligation to prosecute. These documents that you claim today are in your possession. The $1.2 billion that you claim that Unity Party Ellen Sedi stole, you had an obligation. But you conspire with the Ellen Sedi Unity Party so that you can prosecute. And I said that was criminal conspiracy. It was doing that write-up. I gave a lot of examples of what I believe to have been sedition raising issue that was so pertinent to corruption and good governance. And then the report just disappeared. And I said, Akara's grave, for example, requested an investigation of an allegation that Jefferson Koji made against Robert Sedi. That Robert Sedi collected and mismanaged $10 million worth of shareholder money. That was what I said. Where is the report? If Akara Gray cannot bring that report, then he should be held for criminal conspiracy. So I wasn't attacking just Akaros. I didn't pick him from the blue. I was giving a series of examples or documents in the possession of CDCians, complaining that they could have gone after Joe Walker and Ellen Sedi, but they didn't because whatever. They had an obligation. If you are the president of Liberia, and by the way, George Manowe and I already exchanged some emails on this as well. And I told him, you are the president, constituted by law, to uphold and defend the Constitution and to execute the law. You didn't. You can't come back now, 6 years later.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're saying that recently you and President Weir have an email exchange.
Again, I talked to Baka, I talked to Weir. I mean, I don't have enemy. CDC, no, they love me and I love them. We go back and forth. We disagree today, but Kiev will call me. I will pick up the phone and talk to Kiev, Hassan. Joe Weir will call me. I'll talk to Joe Weir.
No, on this issue, I understand, but on this issue,
everything I do, I don't hide it. I texted it to George Weir. He responded. We went back and forth, and I explained to him why I think he should be charged with criminal conspiracy. And he said,
"You explain." Oh, I beg you guys. You want us to please take our time? Please, let's take our time and enjoy. You explain to the former president why you think George Weir, should be charged with criminal conspiracy.
Yes, and then he said, "No, you should be charged with criminal conspiracy because you supported Joe Walker." I said, "I am not president. I have no document in my possession that I have not executed or prosecuted. You were the president of Liberia, and you should take full responsibility." And I wanted Joe Weir, and I will say it now. Let's argue about what Kev is saying. Don't bring bad people in government. But You can't argue that Joe Walker is responsible to go back and punish Ellen people when you had the opportunity to do so. And that's for me, that's a fundamental. Joe Walker came to power to hold Joe Weir accountable. And we said in the campaign, it was Joe Weir responsible to hold Joe Walker and Ellie Sadiq accountable. So yes. And I think he understands that. Unless he can come up with a different defense, I think they should be making the argument Kev is making. All people who were indicted are in Joe Walker government. And therefore, if Kev can point it out and convince Joe Walker, I'm sure Joe Walker will consider to dismiss those people. But we can't say that Joe Walker should go back 12 years and prosecute people that Joe Weir himself didn't prosecute. So that was my conversation with Joe Weir. And almost a lot of CDCians over the last 2 days since I posted that. And I think most of them, almost all reasonable CDCians, unless KF can sit here and deny it, almost all reasonable CDCians believe they made a mistake. They should have prosecuted. They should have investigated. They should have audited. It didn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have John S. Malu II. Wow. What I just took up, you spoke to the president directly, you told him, but we're on the phone and said you should be charged with criminal conspiracy. We'll come more to that because the Liberian people need to hear more of your conversation with the president, who said when you spoke to the CDC, the way forward. But I want to go back for my second question before Abula and Kev come on. I want to go back on this Akaris grade issue. Did Akaris grade receive any money from Local that was so illegal?
Okay, well, here's the issue. So I said Akaris grade requested, think about this, Senator, a certain representative, Honorable Akaris Gray, the firebrand, the talking guy in CDC, Jefferson Koji, youth wing, executive power, legislative power, to ask for an investigation into that money, into the 10 million. According to his own writing, he requested it, but Alex Talon and Jonathan Barney, Alex Talon instead appointed Jonathan Barney to head the committee, and that committee made Akaris Gray, according to Akaris Gray himself, the resource person. Where is the report, Stanton? Akaris Gray that we know will call for an investigation, participate in the investigation resource person, and the report disappeared. So I said in my post, he negotiated it. I didn't want to go into the whole idea of he got a project from Local, maybe that's why. I didn't want to go into that. I'm too professional to do that. It was doing the back and forth that Akaris Gray began to admit to people like Angula Mame and publish it that yes, our Akaris Gray took 2 projects from Rhapsody. So I didn't accuse him of that. He brought that up. He brought that up. I only said, and I keep Stanton as a professional, as an accountant, I pick my word very carefully. I said there is no report. Where is the report? It was negotiated. That's what I said. Read my post. It was negotiated. So Akaris Gray cannot come back and say we should go after any silly folks when he, Akaris Gray, had document in his hand. He could have easily gone to his friend and President George Weir and say, hey, these guys mismanaged $10 million. Here's the report. Let's prosecute them. He didn't do that.
Thank you very much. Wow, it's getting deeper. John Malu told former President George Weir that he should be charged with criminal conspiracy. And I hope, James, you posted this on Facebook, Damo. Let's do these things. The people need to hear more to this story.
Let me just go in here. Okay.
Yeah.
People should not, as Liberians, don't brush it off as some language. Criminal conspiracy, obstruction of justice, unveiling, arrest. All these things are what we see people get prosecuted here in America. People don't get prosecuted for the actual crime. You get prosecuted because you obstructed justice, because you conspire to hide documents, you move documents from one place to another. In Liberia, Stanton, and I hope Joe Walker doesn't do this. And somebody asked me today and challenged me, and I'm going to say this. They asked me, they said, well, you are asking George Weah then and charging him with criminal conspiracy, then let Joe Walker release the report from the inaugural committee. I said, I thought Joe Walker did release it. So I'm calling on Joe Walker right now, release whatever report you got from the inaugural investigation, release it to the Liberian people. Because somebody actually insisted that I come on Spoon and demand that Joe Walker release that report. I think Joe Walker release the report. You already agree with the report. Let the Liberian people see it.
Will you also ask the president to release the report in the investigation of Sylvester Graceford illegally taking money from NASCAR? There was an investigation.
Yes, yes. And by the way, these are the things that Joe Weah himself was alluding to me. He said, I will charge you with criminal conspiracy because you were Joe Walker and Joe Walker doing the same thing. He says, it's all that, Ambula Mambe is saying, it's all that relativity. Okay, I did it wrong, but Joe Walker is doing the same thing. So we who are members of the rescue team, we who are supporters of Joe Walker, we beg you, set a good example of transparency. Release the report. When you commission a report or any investigation, release it. The best thing you can do is not commission a report. Don't go back to the old days where the president commissioned report and then the report become taboo. Release the report. So yes, Tento, I'm calling on Joe Walker in the public space for the sake of transparency and accountability. Release the report or inauguration, release the report on Grace Bay investigation of the request from NASCAR. Let the Liberian people see.
Especially when it is not national security concern.
It's not national security concern. I 100% agree with you on that. But even if you say national security concern, instead of, I'm going to come to this today, okay?
Okay.
I'm right bringing that. One of the documents I'm saying that we'll be discussing is the 2023 financial statement of the government of Liberia, where NSA, where Simon Twe, transfer with no documentation whatsoever. Absolutely no documentation. Just a letter transfer, which Ellen said he prosecuted the interim government for, if you remember, for letter transfer. Ellen said he abolished that. On letter transfer, Simon Twe transfer an excess of 55 million United States dollars to NSA in 2023. That's going to come. I send you the document. The financial, and my man, you scratching your head. Go to the finance minister website. The document is there. So the Liberian people, don't listen to me. Go to the finance ministry website right now and look for the consolidated account for 2023 signed by Boema Kamara. It's right there. I just downloaded it. 55 million. Central is on page 35. 55.
Yes, we are uploading it, but let me allow the rest of the team to come in. We'll take this step by step, folks, because we got a lot to cover. And thank God we are taking our own time just for the understanding of every one of us. We're glad to have John in our midst today. I'm going to go to Kev Hassan, and I'm going to come to you, Mame. Kev, your two questions.
Malu, how are you?
Okay, how are you?
Welcome to the one-on-one with the CEO. Let me ask you this. You're talking about conspiring with, talking about, you spoke with the former president.
Communicated with the former president, yes.
Communicated with the former president, okay. The $500,000 money that Grisby took from, you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, the $500,000.
Yeah, very clear. Just come closer to the microphone, please.
The $500,000 Grisby took from the Social Security Fund, right?
Yes.
Will you call that this president conspired with Grisby to take that money? Will you say that?
If Joe Boakai investigated a report and the report found Grisby guilty, and he sits on the Kev Hassan, he's not worth being president. So it's not just conspiring. We will not support him for that.
Is any
No, no, Kev, let him finish. Kev, you still get the flow. Allow John to flow your comeback.
okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's a good question. And you know my position on that, very clear and consistent. That was wrong. We were not in power. You should not request money illegally. And I have made my position very clear on that to Joe Barker, to everybody who can listen. And if the report found it, I mean, on the surface, we know it was wrong, right? On the surface, on the surface, this is clear cut, okay? I mean, he wasn't in position of power to request. But here's another thing to care. It's not just Grisby. The person who authorized the disbursement from NASCOP should pay back as well and should be punished and should never work in government, as Joe Barker said. And Kia, let me go back to 2008. They took money from NASCOP. You understand? 2008, they took money from NASCOP to go do what, Skep? To go and have Independence Day, I think, in Buchanan. It wasn't 2008, Buchanan. And that thing came to my attention. I ran to Francis Kaba, who is an uncle of mine. We fought over it. Kaba said it was a loan from Social Security to the government. I said it was no loan. Show me the loan paper. I went to the finance minister. With her credibility, Dr. Anthony Said said to me, John, there is no loan. They pulled it back immediately. But that was people in government, right? These are people constitutionally constituted, behaving in a way that was wrong. How about somebody who's not even yet constituted? So yes, I do agree with you. If Joe Barker doesn't release the report and punish and hold people accountable, yes, he will have conspired.
Is any ongoing investigation on that?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, Stanton just said there's an ongoing investigation. I don't know, but I know what Amar Kone and the legislature and people who are rating. I know what we have said. That should be. I don't think Skep. Let handle certain things. Okay, certain things are just clearly wrong and illegal. You are not a constituted authority. You are not a president. You are not minister of state. You have no legal authority to request for NASCOP to give you money to go back car. So I don't need investigation for that. I don't need
you're correct. You're correct. But let me say this. You're saying if there's no report coming out, then Joe Barker is not worth to be president. He should not be president.
No,
that's what
you asked me. No, you asked me. If Joe Barker investigated and the report didn't come out, will he have conspired? I said yes. If there was a report and there was an investigation and Joe Barker does not read that report, yes. Let me be very clear. Stanton is the one that raised the issue about Grace Bay audit, right? Grace Bay investigation. I only talk about somebody asking me to say publicly that Joe Barker should release the inaugural investigative report. So I want to be very clear. I personally do not even know there's an investigation. And I don't believe there's a need for investigation. But if they want to get into a long list of investigations, Kev, I think that waste of resources because that's a prima facie evidence. That's so clear cut.
So, John, let me say this, and let's be on the record. These are the documents. The reason why we're talking about everything is good to have you. The request. Okay. Yes. So the word respond. This is the request to NASCA. All right. From Sylvester Grisby. Now, everybody have this document because we broke this story, John. The reason why we broke this story to help us understand where we are as a nation just coming in to office. And the story was very clear that Sylvester Grisby, at the time when we won the election, he asked in NASCA on January 17, 2024. We never took over. We were incoming government. Very clear. Mr. DeWitt Van Barmoes, Director General, NSSC. We are facing very serious challenges with respect to logistics and transportation for the inaugural activities. Even after the inauguration, the Ministry of State will be in continual dire need for transportation. And it's very important to clear that. You have not taken over, but you are telling the nation that you will be in some serious issue with transportation. In view of the foregoing, we wish to request that you kindly secure for us 5 SUV for the use of VIP guests attending the inauguration and thereafter to help ease the transport need of the Ministry of State. The vehicle will be given duty-free clearance. You have not taken over yet. This is the 17th, 2024 of January. Thank you, kind regard, Sylvester Grisby. Now, it's important to note, senior advisor to the president-elect. Is this breaking the law, John Baloo?
Yes, Stanton, here's 2 issues here. And this is what pains me. And I may probably know this. When I went as Auditor General, there were over 90 institutions to audit, bunch of programs. I said, there's no way under the sun, understanding me as an accountant, that we can do all of that. Let's try to create a risk profile of each institution and figure out the importance of the economy and social welfare and blah, blah, blah. IMF, World Bank, LSLE, the entire conference, we sat down. I created a risk matrix that captured almost, it is something different variables. And you know which institution came out the #1 risky institution? NASCOP. And that was John Molu first audit. And I wasn't the one who selected that. It was selected by World Bank, IMF, all the officers not together. You know why they selected NASCOP? Because NASCOP is supposed to be the social net for people who are retired, for disabled people. NASCOP is supposed to keep custody of people's money. That is not government or Liberia money, Stanton. That's people's social security contributions that they're playing into. So yes, the fact that that institution is even more important for the general welfare of Liberians make it even more serious. And that they shouldn't use NASCO as a cash cow. Again, I will say this, Stanton, we argued this debate before. I don't think there's a need for investigation. And Joe Walker and Grace Bay cannot come out, or anybody, whether it's Stewart, and that's Stewart defense not coming. Joe Walker told me to do it. Joe Weir told me to do it. Julie Bryan, you remember my mate, Julie Bryan, when the addresses Snow, they ordered, but what did Julie Bryan come out? Oh yeah, Julie Bryan made me do it. What did
Samuka.
What did Samuka say?
Madam Salim.
And Madam Salim said, I did it, but Joe Weir, the state prosecutor Samuka. So that whole argument that the president made me do it, you on your own when you're caught. And I think these are the things that Joe Walker need to correct immediately. And as member of the rescue team, as somebody who's still supporting Joe Walker, and somebody who still believes that Joe Walker can take us to that final destination, he has to correct these things. So, Kev, I hope I've answered your question very clearly. I don't even want to go and talk about report. They should just take action.
Right. Let me ask you this. You know, everybody talking about JMB fighting corruption, but there's corruption right in the face of JMB, right in the mansion. His chief lieutenant. How can we say he can fight corruption while corruption is in his office? Corruption is in his office. So if you want to fight corruption, if you truly want to fight corruption, and you're talking about corruption in your office, and he's not doing anything about it, what say you with that happening in his office?
Kev, I just told you, I'm glad we are debating this issue right now, going back 12 years. All right, this is interesting, right? Because I think that's the argument you should be making. Don't make argument about the relative, this and that. Joe Walker punishing Twe is not punishing CDC or any individual. Twe must be here for what he did. Jefferson Cameron must be here for what he did. Kev Hassan must be here for what he did. Let hold people individual responsible. There are great people like you, Kev, in CDC. I know CDC. You know that I'm your own brother. But at the end of the day, we have to hold people accountable on an individual basis for their own action. They can't go and hire under John Weah. They can't go and hire under Eddie Salid.
So why is Crispy still working there? Why is Crispy still working there? Why is he at the mansion?
I wish.
Why is he there? If JMB is so serious of fighting corruption, why JMB? Why Crispy still there?
Hassan, you're asking a good question. I don't know the answer. I'm not the president. Do I like it that he has not been here accountable? Absolutely. He should be here accountable immediately. Yes. And if Joe Barker does not do the little things like that, and then we begin to see the untouchables, then the fight against corruption collapse. So I'm glad you're putting those issues up, Kev. I'm glad you are focusing on what Joe Barker is doing now, rather than 12 years ago. Let's focus on the now. Let's focus on Twitter. Let's focus on Jefferson Camo. Let's focus on the yellow machine. Let's focus on everything else that is happening by transaction. Because that's the only way we're going to fight corruption. Individual by individual, not party by party. UP cannot declare UP people because they engage in corruption, right? And I'm going to say something here today too, Stanton. We're going to have, and I don't want this to be personal. You can remember, Kev, when Joe Barker won, I said, all those who took loan, pay back, right? People calling me today, Augustic Gafuan might go to finance ministry. He took loan, he defaulted. Gafuan will pay. They're not corruption, but Gafuan should pay that $5,000. That's my own cousin. If he can't pay, we'll rally the money to pay. But before he take the job, he must pay.
Right? We'll come to that, John Vado. Again, a lot of breaking information coming to you. We want to say thanks. Come in, Mame.
A quick 30 seconds.
Hold on, Mame. I beg you. We'll come back to you. Let enjoy ourselves. I will give on time. Come in, Mame, please.
Yeah, I will come in. Certainly, we're talking about the car issue. We talked about it before. One thing that make it really wrong was the inauguration had a budget. It had a joint budget that they agree on what to spend. We from the rescue even bragged that our inauguration budget is lower than we as inauguration budget. So to present a picture that you have a low budget and you go on the side and making other expense, I mean, it was outrightly wrong. The letter said the car would therefore be used subsequently by the Ministry of State. That's why it said, rest center. The question now, therefore, is, I heard you reading, I've not read it in total, but I heard you reading that thereafter the car will be used by the Ministry of State. We told the Ministry of State, this is not about ego. Display the 3 or 4 cars purchased by the Social Security money. 5. Display it. Call journalists. These are the 5 cars we procure. We're now transferring it to the Ministry of State. We're taking the money from the Ministry of State and sending it back to NASCOP. That's the way to do it. But people ego, they don't want to do it. So it makes it very bad. But John, you wrote.
I beg you, Mame, would that solve the problem? Send the money back to NASCOP, then everything okay?
It doesn't solve the problem of accountability. It doesn't solve the problem of accountability. But what it does is it creates a relief the public of understanding where are the cars. Where are the cars today? Do you know?
The cars are MIA. You can't find one of them.
Exactly. So my point is we're trying to solve 2 problems. Identify government asset, pay back the Social Security money and demonstrate evidence that you pay back the Social Security money. Then the other issues about accountability. But both ends we're losing. Nobody knows where the cars are. Nobody knows where the NASCOP money has been paid back. But when I read Molu's statement, 2 things came out. Criminal conspiracy and compromises. And the Akara thing, I don't want us to hang on it too much. Because it's just one of the thousands of compromises that CDC made. From George, we are down. Why we just hanging on Akara issue? He himself admitted that he wrote letter to NOCA and received project from NOCA. He said so. And later on, were criticizing NOCA. And tear on say they will protect the people who they were criticizing. So it was a whole process of compromise. They will usually raise the issues. People call them. They settle them in the back. The masses are not aware. and then they move on. When they demand more and you can't give it, then they come back and criticize. So let's leave a carrot order A because there are thousands of compromises. And my question now to you, Mr. Molu, is with this sharing of accusation between the two parties that have led the country, or between individuals that have led the country for 18, 20, 21 years, what do you say to ordinary Liberians about the future? Two group of people, let's leave the party up, because like I said from the beginning, these political parties do not have stealing in their agenda. It are individuals that are doing it.
That's true.
These individuals trading accusation, we got evidence on you, we got evidence on you. What do you tell Liberians about how you position these individuals in the future leadership of the country?
Okay, so you mean Joe Weah and Joe Buckeye, or just generally?
I mean, Joe, we are compromised corruption. He just said it. You see, I saw the evidence. I just decided not to do it. And the people who are indicted.
So Joe Buckeye, I mean, I've already said enough on the Joe Weah issue, and I don't think CDC is going to bring that issue up anymore, because I have made it very clear that whenever you come up and say we have document in our possession, that's Unity Party, whoever did this, you had it. You are the constituted authority, obligated, not by choice, by law, by constitution, to uphold the law, and you neglected to do that. Don't bring it up. Let's focus on how we correct the mistake. And like I said, correct over and over again. Correction begins with accountability. It's painful for CDC to have not prosecuted Unity Party and plead that it's unjust for Unity Party to be prosecuting CDCians or CDC officials. I get it. But we got to start somewhere as a country and move forward. Joe Weah had done what Joe Weah did, and we have hashed that out. What we can do, you're talking about 2030, what we can do, and what encourages me today, when I wrote an article or a WhatsApp or message, Abdullah, that grabs Weah today, grab Jefferson Camo, grab Summit 12. If you do not correct the mistake of corruption in 2030, if Joe Weah wins, because we didn't fight corruption, because we didn't hold them accountable, they are going to come with vengeance. I think I wrote the word vengeance in that. And there was unanimous applause by every minister or government in the Joe Walker administration that texted me that you're right. We need to act right. We need to behave, or SCDC will come back, and we don't want to be in that position. So, Mame, there is some relief. And then Joe Walker, I think last week, Stanton and Mame went to cabinet meeting and told people, hey, I implore all of you guys, you're behaving. If you do wrong, you will not work in my government again, and you'll be out of here. Recently, again, Joe Walker was on a video call. He said he didn't vet people because everybody just kept giving him names. And going forward now, people got to perform, and he's going to start vetting people. So we're not losing. We're not losing the battle. The fact that Joe Walker took on and arrested few people. People are optimistic, but here's the problem. People know this has happened before, right? A lot of people know it happened before with Ellie, arrested a lot of people, re-employed them. It happens with Taylor, it happened with Doe with 5 people at 2 o'clock, but the next day he appointed them somewhere else. So, Mame, I think people are cautiously optimistic, but here is the fact and the truth. A Joe Walker do not deal with the issue that Kev just raised about Grisby and NASCAR. Mame, you have written about that. If we don't deal with the issue of yellow machine, and I said one time, the yellow machine is going to be Joe Walker make or break. People don't want to listen to that. And Mama, you and I have been calling, go back and regularize this. Don't leave it hanging. Do not leave it hanging. So we got to keep the pressure. We are outside of the system. We have a bird's eye view of the system. We got people in the system, stand on you, me, Mama. Or we got more information in the system than the people in the system themselves. So we got to keep pushing. And we got to be holding Joe Barker accountable so that collectively for CDC and for the Unity Party and for Liberty Party, for LP, Joe Barker build for us that final destination he said he's going to build. We should hold him responsible to do that. And if he doesn't do that, my man, I will say publicly again, it's possible we can come back. And we got to do everything possible that it doesn't happen. But it's not impossible that we can win. Anybody who dismisses we are, then you don't understand politics. He has popularity. But we should hold him accountable. We shouldn't wish on people. Nobody's wish hunting anyone. Wish hunting is an argument that everybody make. Now, I bet you go catch a thief. If you're police, they will say you're racist, you're prejudiced, you this, you that. Nobody's gonna say you're not wish hunting them. So that's just a normal way to despair what is coming to them. But I think Samuel Tua should come, face justice. Jefferson Camo and the rest of the people should go through the process properly, and that the government should not make it difficult for them to get bond. Okay, they shouldn't make it too unreasonable, because that will be wrong. Because a lot of citizens are also crying that they're making it difficult for these guys to get bond. You shouldn't make that difficult. Follow the law, challenge the bond, perfect the bond, but don't unnecessarily make it difficult for them to secure their bond. Give them what I believe, fair, quick trial. Let it be fast, let it be quick. Don't drag it out for 5 years. Do it now and do it quick. And I think Tua should come back, face justice, exonerate himself.
Thank you, Mama. Your second question, if you do have your second question on this issue.
Yeah, my second question would be the ongoing audit of something you want us to just stick on this to a thing. I want to ask specific question.
No, free. Any question?
The General Auditing Commission came up with an audit on the central bank. I don't know whether you've read it.
Yeah, I sent it to Stanton too. I've read it.
Okay, good that you read it, the audit. As an auditor, looking at the audit, that is the government's premier financial institution. How do you assess the audit? How do you assess the findings? What danger does it pose to the Joe Barker administration, considering the findings and the people sitting in the seat?
Okay, so there are, number one, I respect the people at the GAC. Many of them I trained them. Many of them I know them personally. I respect the Auditor General. He's a qualified accountant appointed by CDC. But he's a Liberian, capable. During the transition stint, I had an opportunity and was given control to do the transition for all 11 accountability institutions, including the GAC, the FIA, and anti-corruption. In our report and in my discussion with Joe Barker, there were a lot of people calling for external auditors to come into audit. I think you remember that debate. I managed to convince Joe Barker that do not fire people because they were hired by Joe Weir. I believe in these people. They are professionals. If they have the political wiggle room, they will do their job. Keep Auditor General, keep anti-corruption, keep auditor intact, except for one. Except for one person we recommended should be immediately arrested and fired. That was FIA Ford. Financial Intelligence Unit, the $6.2 million guy. Because it was during our transition that we have the bank statement where that $6.2 million was transferred. And he fought me throughout the transition. I told him and I told the president that was the only recommendation that we made, that he should be arrested and fired, because that information was so clear. There was no need for long investigation. But the president decided in his wisdom to take it to anti-corruption, and anti-corruption investigated it. So I'm thankful to Joe Buckeye. He didn't fire. The CDC appointed, the George Weah appointed accountability people. You can see most of them are still intact. PPCC stay there, GAC stay there, anti-corruption stay there, Letty stay there. Most of these people are still intact. So Mame, I could not have made that judgment if I had not worked with them, assess their capability, their independence, their commitment to fighting corruption. With respect to the audit report, it will be unprofessional for any auditor on the planet to question another person's audit without doing the peer review and examining what we call the working papers. Okay, that's very important. Well, because I know people in GAC, because I'm privy to a lot of information, I can comment on both the quality of the work, the substance of the work, and what it means for Liberia, to answer your question. One, first, the quality. Perfect. Did a good job. Addressed most of the issues. I would have gone more extensively, but they did address most of the issues that I believe were relevant. I could have gone more deeper. Two, they faced a lot of challenges. And the major challenge they face, and Stanton, this is probably, most people don't know this, Central Bank run two systems. They run their accounting system called T24, and they run the banking system where they wire money from people, from government accounts, private or government agencies' account. They never gave the access to their accounting software. They only get access to the banking software. So Stanton had the central bank cooperated. And this is what I thought. Joe Barker, who had just set up the committee, why didn't you cooperate your file? Right? I mean, that's misconduct. If they had given access to the central bank T24 software account, it's called T24 software account, maybe the report would have been even more damaging, but the central bank never gave that to GAC. So people need to know that. So everything we're reading in the compliance report of GAC is just what they were able to capture from the banking software. The three issues that I think that Liberian people should really be concerned with is in accounting, then we call it opening balance, closing balance. Okay, when you go audit and you're thinking about a new audit, that's probably where the biggest debate is. What was in the account or what was in the balance, and you carry forward. I think if you look at this paper, I send that to you. If you look at the report, there were about 110 million. 110 million plug. We call it.
Sorry, John. Mami, can you? I sent it to you to send it to work on it. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
There was some Liberian dollar. I mean, I don't want to be looking at my phone. I can't remember the Liberian dollar portion, but there were 110 million with multiple transactions. Stanton, 110 million in accounting level. We fight over that. Opening balance, closing balance. And anybody who followed John Morrow, when I got to Liberia the first time, what did I argue over? What was the number one thing I argued over? Was opening balance, closing balance, right? Or the consolidated account. Harry Green said it don't know accounting. Let go J. No. Opening balance, closing balance, $110 million in opening balance, closing balance argument. The auditor say, you plug that number. We don't know where you got it from. The central bank say, hey, it came from our auditors. But here's the truth. If an auditor makes such, think about the Lebanon government budget is 600 million or 700 million. You're talking about 110 million in 2020.
Yep.
Stanton, any case of materiality, that's a significant number. Where did that number go? We're talking about $110 million. That has not even been investigated because there's a debate. GAC say, gave me the backup for the adjustment. Why did you make that adjustment to the opening balance, closing balance? Stanton, in order we do not go forward. In fact, I just dropped an order in New York because me and the previous accountant could not agree on the opening balance, closing balance. We couldn't agree.
So where are we, John? So let me just take it from Mami.
Yeah,
$110
million in the air. Somebody plug it. And the only way you plug it because you did something in the future and you're trying to bring it back to correct. And it doesn't fit. So the auditor, they both say, okay, we will not do the report until you do the adjustment, because we will put that in the management letter. So if you want to know a CBL, if the Central Bank of Liberia asks you, Stanton, write this down. If they say the auditors report, if they say they're private auditors, which is Deloitte, recommended the adjustment, ask them for the management letter. Management letter. Write this down. Ask them for the management letter. Because in the management letter, it states whether it was corruption, whether it was financial statement fraud, it will state clearly what it is.
So are you saying it was within the time frame 2018, 2023?
No, yes. Okay, so the opening balance they're arguing over is a 2018 adjustment. Okay, so United Party leave, we take over in 2018. So we're trying to adjust that 2017 balance, right? We're saying, oh, we still maybe the point is they could have spent $110 million in 2018 and try to blame it on Unity Party by plugging the opening balance. We call it plug. It's like a trash can. When you steal something, you do something wrong, you plug it right there, so that people don't look at the balance sheet that much. So the question is, Central Bank need to tell us, is the opening balance of 110 million, where did that money come from, and why are we plugging it? Why are we plugging it?
Let me go back to Mohammed, because Mohammed, behind the scene, we have similar argument. So Mohammed, come in. Let us take that. And I think that's a line sedition or runaway when Acido was trying to pluck out. Is that the same thing involving the 20? This is not about the ECF loan, right, John?
No, that's it. Look, respond, John.
No, I mean the point is there's $110 million plug, Stanton. That all I've people, 110 million. $110 million.
But it is reflected, John. It is reflected that Honor Amara Conant as finance minister.
Amara wasn't there. Amara wasn't there.
No, but that's what I'm asking. This is not an ECF loan. This is have nothing to do with the Ebola crisis loan.
We don't know. We do not know.
2014, 2015, into 2016.
No, that's not it.
No, so yeah, it's it, John. And I know where Stanton is coming from. The 110 or 120 million that the auditor identified the different transactions that was pulled back.
Yes.
And said, explain how these transactions were pulled back, because the general reserve of the bank increased.
Yes, but
so the auditor was asking, how did the general reserve increase? And then the theory now from the CDC is Amara and the other people stole the money, and he went and made a farm in Bapolu. The question we ask is, why will Amara steal money and the CDC government put it back in the account for Amara?
We don't know that.
Thereby increasing the reserve.
So that, while we try to lay this out, John, you the only man right now, you the only accountant, help us understand why Aloysius Tadu and Central Bank, why they failed to produce and to give upon request the document to GSC to solve this problem.
They could be again conspiracy, conceding, because Stanton, anytime you hear accountants say opening balance, that debate, that something funny happened, you got to go deep into the opening balance before you can get opinion. Because if it's not correct, then that means maybe somebody committed a fraud somewhere and they're trying to concede it to the balance sheet so that it doesn't go to the profit and loss. And Stanton, you are in business, okay? You are a small business person. When you look at your balance sheet, you look at it as what? Contribution and distribution. Contribution, distribution. You put money in, you take money out, you take money. It doesn't go to the P&L. So the auditors are saying, before we can even look at this, you need to give us the details. You need to tell all the reason why you are changing the opening.
But they said that the auditor couldn't wait. They wasn't patient.
Okay, but again, the point is that could be true, that could not be true. But at the end of the day, you can't wait forever. You have to have a cutoff. That's just audit, right? You can't wait for 100 years. I tell you, give me report, give me documentation on so date. You do not give me documentation. You know what happens in the government audit in Ghana and other places? The auditor general got to report by a certain date. If you don't produce the document He send you to the justice minister or he send you to parliament. He said, you go account there because I cannot justify this transaction to be on government account. So we can't blame them for not waiting forever. And I, as far as I'm concerned, they are saying, give us the proposed adjustment by your auditor. Give us the management letter from your private auditor. CBS should just give it to the auditor general. And the auditor general will come back and handle this issue so that everybody is clear. But for now, there's a 110 million. And you can go back and blame Amakone. As far as we're concerned, the proposed adjustment was being made by the current people at CBL. They have to justify why they're making 110 million.
About the current Josh Banaway team, because they are leaving now. Talu is already out.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
And my point to that was, if somebody stole money in the previous administration and they went with it, they ate the money, why are you putting it back for them?
Why are you increasing it?
Yeah, why are you increasing it for them? Why are you putting it back for them? You should be telling the board that, oh, they stole the money. That's why we don't have it.
But again, let me just clarify this, right? It could be, okay, so when you have an opening balance issue, there's adjustment. It could be adjustment because somebody didn't follow accounting principle correctly to record the transaction. It could be adjustment because you made an estimate. Because believe it or not, accounting system, accounting report is not always actual, right? Sometimes it's based on estimate. Maybe you went by, maybe you overestimated, something underestimated, you're making an adjustment. Or it could be fraud, right? These are the three possibilities. And if it's fraud, it will never be accepted. It will go to the justice ministry or the legislature. If it's estimate, you can make adjustment. But if accounting principle issue, you got to restate. You can't just make adjustment. So I don't know which. I read standard. I can't answer you.
No, we understand. I understand. Do you think then, Kev, you're coming after this question. John, do you think then it is important to know that the suspension of Alosha Stadu is in line, or was it illegal? Let's go to Alosha Stadu.
Okay, so you know my position on this as well. And John Weir did this too. And I will only start with John Weir administration. And Ellen said he tried to muscle people out. When you as a government, in your own wisdom and judgment, that good corporate governance require you to have certain positions set aside for tenure. Nobody put a gun to your head. You, the legislature, you, the parliament, the president, you're going to an agreement. You set certain position aside, you create the parameter of how a person get appointed, their qualification, and so forth. You got to obey the law, no matter how painful. When Joe Weir tried to move the people at LTA, we said, no, Joe Weir, we don't like tenure, but you got to follow the law. Joe Weir did the same thing. And he said he muscle people out from LTA and a lot of other places. I believe, Stanton, and in my recommendation to Joe Barker, because I was handling most of these tenure people too, right?
Yeah.
Most of the tenure people, I was handling them. And I said, look, you should investigate first before you remove them as per law. Even though personally, I don't like those tenure jobs because some of them were created too frivolously. But when it comes to the central bank in particular, I said Talu should not be in that job. Okay? Number one, I didn't think he was qualified for the job, but Joe Weir chose to put him there. You can't move him irregularly that the way Joe Barker is pursuing the removal. There is nothing in the CBA Act, Stanton, that says suspend a sitting central bank governor. Do you know what that tells the entire globe? You can't just suspend a central bank governor. I don't see it in the law. I've been reading the law. The law laid out clearly the procedure for removal. Illegal misconduct. So my advice to Joe Barker is reinstate the people, constitute a investigation. And I said this during the campaign. Liberians don't know how to do wrong. Liberia is one place they are very transparent about corruption. They don't know how to do wrong, Stanton. Set up an investigative body, look at the GSD report, hold Tyler for misconduct, which is in the act. And it doesn't spell what misconduct is. Don't think about it. It doesn't. So Joe Walker could use just about any reason under the sun called misconduct and remove him. That's the first problem I have. Second problem, you cannot remove a sitting bank governor confirmed by the legislature and then bring in an outsider to act. If we got to do good governance, whether it's CDC or UP, let's do it right. You can't bring somebody from the outside to act instead that is not confirmed by the Liberian Senate, that is not even appointed and nominated and confirmed by the Liberian Senate, and you tell them to act. Remove Talo, reinstate Talo, go through the process, remove the guy, appoint somebody, let the president go through confirmation, but they act on suspending people, and we all know it's a political gimmick, right? I mean, we all know nobody on this screen is mistaking that suspending people, that Talo is not coming back. Stanton, you know that he's not coming back. Joe Walker has never suspended somebody and then the person come back. They're not coming back. So why you even create a political headache when you can just be patient and remove them the right way? I don't believe Talo will. I'm not a lawyer, but just from the surface and what I've read about the removable clause, I think they did him wrong. I think they did him wrong.
So let's set this up. You are saying the government wrong to suspend Talo.
Yes, because there's nothing in the law.
You are saying the government wrong to bring in Samoa.
Yes, as acting.
As acting.
Yes, in the central bank. In this case, no, you shouldn't do that.
The advisor to the president, Molu Kamara. The advisor to the president, Sajoni, and all those guys. You think they misapply their own judgment in advising Joseph Walker?
None of the people you call, they know how they never work in government. They don't know government operations. They don't.
Sajoni and Molu Kamara.
He work at SEC. Okay, Sajoni work at SEC, the Security Exchange Commission, right? I serve as Auditor General. Okay, and I'm dealing with governance issue around Africa. It is poor governance to suspend central bank governor. People do it in Africa, by the way. I mean, Nigeria do it, their country do it, but that doesn't make it right. We are trying to build our final destination. Joe Walker should do it right. Reinstate the guy. It will take a week to remove that guy. It will take a week to find misconduct. We know just from the audit report. If he doesn't produce the closing balance, opening balance, you can remove the man.
How embarrassing is this, John? How embarrassing is this for us?
We have said this over and over. Israel Akisai told me, don't call me during the election. I don't want him to be at ATA, but I don't want him to be removed the way he got removed. I don't want people to just be removed. One of the things we have to understand, these are Liberians. And one injustice to another is an injustice to all.
Do you think the Supreme Court, with the rate of prohibition right now, you think they will overturn this? And well, you already have acting somewhere there. What can the government do now?
I don't know. I don't want to talk for the Supreme Court. I gave a lot of due respect to the Supreme Court. I have been before that Supreme Court. I have won a case before that Supreme Court against the Liberian Senate unanimously because I followed the law. My man, you know that. I won unanimously. I'm the only one that won a case unanimous, written by Chief Justice Johnny Lewis, because I was in the right center. The reason I survived in Liberia with a whole government against me, because I did the right thing. I followed the procedure. Joe Walker can do well. We can.
So was Joe Walker misled?
Let me finish this sentence. Liberians have the mentality. The end justify the means. That's not democracy. Democracy is about process. Democracy is about procedure. I believe Joe Walker is wrong on the tenure issue. How he removing people, suspending people, removing people. I agree with Joe Weirden. But I can't say because Joe Weirden did it, so let's do it again. Joe Weirden did it. Eddie said he did it, but that doesn't make it right, Stanton. When Joe Weirden did it, we bam up Joe Weirden for doing it. When Eddie said he tried to muscle people from LTA, we bam up Eddie said for doing it. Joe Walker should set a different tone. These are Liberian. Remove them with dignity. Treat them properly. They will go and be happy and know that, okay, I will remove because I did something wrong. But if you remove them now, Stanton, they are all thinking you just after them. They didn't do anything wrong. They are justified, right? And you and I know, and the same Mole Kamara will say they did something wrong. So Mole Kamara, Sir Johnny, if you're clean that these people did something wrong, then set up a committee as a board or director of central bank. They have a board. Let the board director investigate. When are we going to start practicing good governance? You said in process. You said in process and under my process.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have John S. Madu, Simwe Madu the second as our guest. A very interesting show. Share the program, be part of this conversation, post your question. We want to say thank you for joining. We have not touched anything yet. We're here for the next hour, 40 minutes or so, because we want to squeeze all the juice out of John Madu to give you the best today. Kev Hassan, your question with this second round.
John Madu, I'm listening to you right now and saying all this stuff that President Bokar is doing, the governor, the tenure position. How can the other side, how can the opposition now trust President Bokar that he's doing the right thing and now witch hunting? How can we see him? Because when you spoke about the tenure position, you talk about the governor. I read the act. You're quite correct. There's nothing there, and people can go and look at it. Nothing there. We calling this a witch hunt. Are we wrong for you removing a governor with no cause, nothing, and send in your relative? Put in your relative. How? Please explain to me that sitting here, how would I feel if this is not a witch hunt?
Kev, good question. It's hard to explain, but let me try to convince you here. I'm always very tough on people. But one of the things I'm realizing across Africa, and in Liberia in particular, like Eddie said, it's try and error. You remember the Jalatan rule? You remember when the public work ministry mismanaged 1.3 million on the Jalatan rule, and it's a keep up try and error. And I said, that's not try and error. That $1.3 million try and error. That $1.3 million that could have brought in a lot of beds at a hospital at JFK or in Phoebe Hospital. But Kev, here's the issue. Our country is disorganized. Our country operates on chaos. Our country operates on personalizing politics and government. This is why, Kev, you see me in America, right? What did I say? I will not join and participate in a government anywhere that is disorganized, that don't even understand term of reference. I really believe they probably don't even read the act that created the institution. I'll give you an example, and I'm not going to call the minister name. A minister in government told me, governments do not produce financial statement. You understand, Stanton? Minister writing, putting their name there, government do not produce financial statement. I just wrote that minister back. I say, check section so and so the executive law. It says the minister shall produce financial statement. Think about that. That person have not even read the executive law. So, Kev, here's the problem. We can't talk about wish on this, and that's not going to solve our problem. And this is what I said to Joe Boakai. For us to get to that final destination, to center, recruit, vet, place people, and onboard people, orientation. Mole Kamara has never worked in government. Give Mole Kamara an orientation at the functioning of government. Mama Ka probably making dollar mistakes on yellow machine, but she never worked in government. She probably don't even understand the procurement rules. I'm not trying to excuse people, Kev. CDC people made the same mistakes. Why can't we focus on educating our people, particularly new politically appointed people like Nigeria does and other countries? You need to educate them about the process of appointment, of condition of service, the code of conduct, the removal clause. People need to know. And I told Joe Barkai, spend more time. I run a small business, Kev. When somebody join my company, you know how many days they spend orientation? 22 days. 22 days. A small company like, oh, we spend 22 days educating about process, procedure, approach, what to do, what not to do. Do they do that in Liberia, Kev? They don't. So what we have to do, Kev, for us to assure you're in the opposition. All right, when I mean opposition, not that I'm part of Unity Party or so, for us to assure CDC that we're doing the right thing, we need to start taking action against our own people. Joe Barker need to listen to us tonight, go back and reinstate these people, follow the procedure for removal. Joe Barker has recalled Stanton. He already recalled a lot of names before. There is chaos in appointment, he recalled. So there is no shame, Kev, in doing things right. If Joe Barker were to say, you know, Kev, you're right. Maybe we'll overstep on the tenure issue, but let's go through the process. Let's reinstate the people. Let's obey the Constitution and the Supreme Court. Let's remove them properly. And I'm sure these guys will leave. Nobody wants to be in the job they don't like you, right, Kev? If you just do it with politeness and dignity, they will resign on their own. I know many of them who are calling me and say, I want to resign anyway. I don't want to be in the government, they don't like me. But do it properly, they will resign. If you want to work with Tyler today, say, Mr. Tyler, I don't think we can work with you. We don't think you're qualified. I know you have a 10-year job. Hey, we leave. I bet you Tyler will leave. You know what? Let me tell you an example. I told Ellen Selida, she tried to remove people from LTA. Mrs. Samuka then. Mama, if you remember, Samuka. Mrs. Samuka. I can't remember her name. Ruth Samuka then. And Lamini Warrington, I believe. You know what? This time I went to her and said, Madam, you can't fire people. Talk to them. If you don't like them, they will resign. And guess what, Stanton? These people turn in the rest of the nation and resign. So, yeah, we will keep pushing. And you
but to be fair, yeah, they have asked Tadu to resign.
Okay.
They invited Tadu. I'm privileged to those information. They asked him, listen, where we are, we carry on audit. We asked him to step aside. And Tadu refused. And Tadu began to negotiate. And we asked Tadu to appear on the show and speak if you think this information is wrong. But Tadu refused. I'm not saying the decision to suspend was right, but he refused.
Okay, but then I'm glad, Stanton, you gave me that information that Tadu refused. But it was a good thing that they asked him and had a discussion with him, right? But here's the issue. I told Joe Barker, and I will say it again publicly, and my man and I had a discussion on this before. When you come to power, every Liberian should have the opportunity to work. The reason all the confusion is starting because Liberia is an elephant meat where everybody goes there and it's easy ride. But you have an obligation to make sure that every citizen of Liberia have an opportunity to work. So I said to people when they say, oh, John, we are just having a bunch of people that are not competent. Oh, they're not competent. They're populating the place, blah, blah, blah. Stanton, even if they are not competent, that in essence is a failure on the part of Liberia not to have made these people competent. I said to the government, repurpose them. Stanton. How many times have we reshuffled people? If you're not qualified and you're still not in the job, just move the guy to go do construction work. Maybe by giving him construction work, he might be able to go to school and get the skills that he needs. But just to throw him out on the street, not proper. And people will accuse me when I went to GSC, you know what Stanton I did? The EU gave me the mandate to fire everybody at GSC. I refused. And people didn't know this. I said, I will not fire anyone until I can get enough package for them to have a job or a payout for 1 year, and then they get 4 years of tuition. Mommy, everybody who left GSC was given that opportunity. So that they don't get out on the street. They have an opportunity to go to school and upscale themselves.
So we want to say thank you very much, John. We're going to move again. I'm going to start this, and Bambi, you're coming after me. We want to say thanks.
My second question.
You have exhausted your 2 questions, right?
No, let me ask one
Go
question.
ahead. Go ahead.
And he answered it. I'm going back to this comment I make. Why some of us so on the other side watching this government and believe that they're targeting, they're using a politics of targeting certain people because you're now with us or you're now one of us. Let me give you this case of the former minister Kimia. He was offered a job, which every and member of ECOWAS who carry an ECOWAS passport should be on that job, right? It's not something that Liberia should be the one that appointing people, right? But this government going after Kenya, writing ECOWAS, going after it, fighting after it, just to bring him down, not to, be appointed to that position. John Molu, and I don't know, maybe other people say it, but where we come from, we see it as a very dangerous targeting, witch hunting, and try to bring another Liberian down. This is how we see it. Because if John Molu is being appointed to a position because I feel I don't like him, he against me, he's not one of us, I should bring him down. And this is what this president doing. The advisor around him, his legal advisor, Bujiba Keita there, we call judges and say, don't give bond, don't do this. All those things happening. With what happening right now, and this government is fighting Foreign Minister Kenya. I don't know how you see it, because so far I think you are saying a lot of wrong in this government, what they're doing, and I believe you may not use the word witch hunt, but it's a witch hunt. Please explain that, why they're going after Liberians.
Kev, I mean, you're asking me a question that I've already answered. Every Liberian, no matter your political affiliation, you have the right to a job. And that I'm a victim of that too. And you know that. I was appointed by Barack Obama to be under Secretary General of the United Nations. Me, at the age of 37, was going to replace Ban Ki-moon, land up to be Secretary General. Went to the interview. Sylvester Grace Bay can attest. He called me. He was jubilant and happy. The government of Liberia got a wing of that. I beat South Africa. I beat Canada. All the Europeans backed me up. All the Americans backed me up. Canada backed me up. Even with the Canadian lady I was competing against. The president went to Ban Ki-moon and said, if you appoint this man to this job, you'll be telling the Liberian people that I'm corrupt and I'm this and I'm that. On a Saturday morning, Ban Ki-moon called me. He said, we want to make you, but we don't want too much confusion. Linda Greenfield called me. They said, oh, there's a job for you called the Special Investigator of the United Nations. I mean, you know the story. You know what I said?
I know the story.
I said, screw you. I'm a Liberian, and you appointed me based on my credential. I went through the process. I interviewed in New York and DC. I went to the State Department. You scrutinized me, Linda Greenfield, all of you. I did not nominate myself. You nominated me. Kev, I rejected it. Thank you, couldn't believe it. I look in the face. I said, screw you. I'm too competent for this. I don't want part of this. The Liberian government. And Grace Bay was so angry because Grace Bay was pushing for me. Grace Bay was so happy. I mean, you ask Grace Bay was like, John, this is good for Liberia. I mean, Grace Bay was rejoicing. But he went and ran his mouth and told people a Liberian John Molu about to be appointed. Everything went downhill. And I never took that job. Second, instead of give me a chance, let me just land here.
So you're talking about the Ellen government at that time?
Yes. Second, I'm sitting down running my accounting firm. It was Liberia time to nominate an auditor for FAO. The Liberian ambassador in Rome, the political doctor you're calling, I'm not going to call his name, but the political doctor, he called me. He said, we want to nominate you for this because you're a Liberian and you're competent and blah, 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 blah. I said to Dr. Vandi called me. We arranged. I said, I've been screwed up too much for Liberia. I don't want to be part of it. I want to stay private. Kev, I went through the process. It went to the foreign minister. And it was Gafon, my own countryman. Never gave it to me, but it went to a Cameroonian. So I say all of this. I say all of this.
It's a complete tradition of the Unity Party.
Cap, hold on. Cap, hold on. Let me finish. That's a very interesting story. Hold on.
Yeah, let me learn.
Yeah, go ahead.
CDC comes to power. Gafon applied for some job at UNDP. They complained that 2 step in, he couldn't get it. And I was like, tick for tat. When does it stop? So, Kev, the personalization of politics, like I talk about, not taking every Liberian to be important. Everywhere I am, I push Liberian, and Stanton push Liberian. We all have to push our people. When I go to Gambia, I'm begging my mate to come to Gambia. I'm begging Sanchez, I'm begging everybody. Wherever I go, I push Liberians. Why? Because we are Liberians, we got to help each other. So going after Crimea, you know the answer to that. I will never.
I don't say I shouldn't go.
Yeah, that's Stanton says you didn't go. You know, so Kev, it is wrong and that it is shameful and it's not acceptable. I think Crimea, no matter our feeling towards him, I have a big problem with Crimea. He still owe me that $10 million loan that he took from Central Bank through his Liberian Business Association. And mommy, you know that. I have a personal beef. I think he got to pay that money back. But that doesn't compromise his job because that was a loan that he took for his business association. He needs to pay back. But Kev, this has to stop. And you raising those issues and we're addressing it on Spoon. I hope every Liberian is hearing it. I hope Joe Barker is listening. Every Liberian will be given opportunity. And let me tell you one thing, Stanton, before I land. Okay?
Take your time.
Okay, my neighbor, Stanton, my neighbor. What? Sorry. My neighbor was the appointing authority or nominating authority at the United States Department of State. Mama, think about this. At the United States Department of State for appointing Americans or American residents in foreign institutions. I went to the foreign ministry. I said, the Americans are fighting to place people in all over UN, everywhere. They have an office. You should create one to promote Liberians as well in ECOWAS, in African Union, in UN system. They haven't done it. So going after one little job from the Liberian is hurtful. And Kenya should be given that opportunity to serve. And if they believe Kenya did something wrong, then they should hold Kenya responsible. But those two things have to be separate. You can't punish people for association with CDC or Unity Party. And people shouldn't say because it happened to John Morrow, I should do it to somebody else. It's wrong. That's what I said from the beginning, Mame. Corruption, nepotism, disorganization is not relative. It should be absolute. So Kev, I sympathize. And we pray and argue that they shouldn't intervene, let him get his job and go.
Okay. Stanton, I need a follow-up quick. A question I wanted to ask.
At the third question, but I just wanted to before you made that question, let me say something on the Kimia thing. The position Kimia is supposed to go for, there's a process on how you can be recruited. The Minister of Foreign Affairs should set up a vetting committee, vet and nominate the person.
No,
Kimia nominated himself.
No, it's not position. Liberian get nothing to do with that position.
Why you say it's Liberian representative?
No.
What
a member of So long you're a member of ECOWAS state, you
No,
can carry
the
ECOWAS.
same way
Librarian
you
get
can
nothing
have
to do with it.
the
No,
same way you
no,
can
no.
have the
Do your
countries-
research, my brother. Do your research. Librarian get nothing to do with that. Do your research.
I did my research. I'm telling
No,
you.
no. Do it more. Maybe you did. Do it more. But let me
So
ask
guys,
you.
we got a guess. We got a guess now.
Let me just follow up.
Yo, Kev, you done now. Kev, let's give Mohammed a chance. I beg you, please.
All right.
Mohammed.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the information we got is the same way Liberia has the time to nominate people on different regional bodies. It was a time for Liberia to nominate. And in this case, the foreign minister is responsible to vet and submit names to the president for the president to nominate. In that case, Kimia nominated himself. That's the reason why the government is involved. If Kimia was appointed by ECOWAS, I mean, he will go and take his job. ECOWAS doesn't report to the government of Liberia. But because the process of nomination supposed to have been presided over by Kimia, and Kimia himself nominated himself, I think that's where the problem is. But like Malu said, nobody should be denied the opportunity to work because of who you associate with. I just wanted to say that no specific questions, Stanton. We can move to the next topic.
Yeah, so Malu, I beg you. I know we'll come back because I have the letter that we are arguing about Kemea. And once I put it up, we'll be informed. And I know I'm not going to beat you on this because the ECOWAS region, I don't know why we're even asking you. I know the only reason we're asking you is just because the fact that you're talking about Liberia should benefit.
Yes.
Regardless which political party you find yourself in.
Yes.
As a Liberian, we all should benefit. Let me take you back to the war crime. June of this year, we asked you to join us. You came. And you said, well, President Barker, you don't think that the war crime thing going to go well? Or maybe they are not serious. I'm fully informed and 200% certain. They are Councilor Jonathan Massaquoi. He was appointed, he was nominated to serve as the executive director on the war crime. But last week, they sent him a letter to withdraw. The president asked that he be removed. And now they are trying to find someone else. This war crime thing and what just happened, that he was appointed, but later it was withdrawn. Talk to us.
Okay, well, the point is, I don't like to talk unless I really believe the facts and the argument and the logic makes sense. I say here categorically that Joe Walker that I know, Joe Walker that I talk to, war crime code was never a signature issue for Joe Walker. We have Prince Johnson with us, we have all these people with us, and war crime code was not on the agenda. The issue of war crime code came about because Grace Bay and Allen White joined us in the second round. And they had Joe Walker give an interview on an unrelated video produced by USAID for Sierra Leone. And then in that video, Joe Walker started to narrate about his commitment to war crime code, blah, 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 blah. And then when Joe Walker became president, Allen White went to Liberia, put together all the process that it needs to get to a war crime code. And one of the process was you create an office, you send a letter, you appoint a person to organize, that's 3 million. You send a letter to the United Nations, Secretary General, the Secretary General, as that person, the Secretary General accept. You send a letter to, you attach a letter to, you write a letter to the legislature, attach a letter, go to the parliament, the legislature draft a law, decide the limit, the scope, the timing, when, who, key players for the war crime code. It goes back to Joe Walker, he signs, and then Joe Walker appoints somebody to lead war crime code. That takes minimum 9 months, maximum 18 months. So given the Sierra case, Alma Corner in his possession asked him, he has a report from the United States government, say it can take minimum 50 million to 250 million to do a war crime code, depending on the size and the scale. So my argument to you was, based on my discussion with Joe Walker and having all this fight, Joe Walker told me that's not our priority right now. Okay, but Mr. Allen White, and I'm sorry he's gonna get angry at me again today, but I have to call his name. Sorry. I mean, that just he's part of the story. They went to Liberia, and Joe Barker was hesitant because Joe Barker was not very happy about the War Crime Code intrusion in his inaugural speech. Because Stanton, it was Joe Barker inaugural speech where all the War Crime Code issue came about, where he said he will establish one, blah, 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 blah. Because he was hesitating, the Americans that left from the State Department, John Allen White, they went to Fenati Kofor. I even suggested that they go to Fenati Kofor because Fenati Kofor live in America, he will be more open. And quickly, Fenati Kofor organized, they passed a resolution. Then Yombly take the resolution, they pass the resolution. I call all of them, including Amakone. You can ask them, Yombly, all the thing you're doing is not correct. You know there's no money. You know this is not going anywhere. Why are you making the Liberian people go through another pain? Just tell them, say, we don't have the resources. They told me they want to remove the pressure off of them and put on Joe Barker. And when they reach out, land they will cross, which means the $250 million it will take to do this. So Stanton, that's why I came here that day and said, it's not going to happen. And I still believe, unless America can show me where they're going to get $250 million, unless Joe Barker can convince me he's willing to concentrate his 6 years in office on War Crime Code, I'm a 100% supporter of War Crime Code. I have been 100% with Jerome Verde, Martha Washington, John Stewart. I am the guy who won War Crime Code, but I'm a practical businessman. The resources don't exist. It's talk, it's cheap. Let the Americans bring the $250 million. So Stanton, I came on the show that day to put pressure. And then they were mad at me. But eventually Joe Barker appointed Jonathan Massaquoi. And Jonathan Massaquoi happened to have worked for me. I trained Jonathan Massaquoi at GSC. He worked for me. They called me, they said, but Jonathan Massaquoi is your protege. He worked for you, support him. I said, I will support any Liberian who's qualified to do the job. I won't oppose Jonathan Massaquoi. But since Massaquoi was appointed, he called me. He's been getting a lot of attack and question about the process of his appointment. And Joe Barker is getting the cold feet, and rightfully so. And I even told Jonathan Massaquoi to now follow a procedure that you know have no end. Ask Joe Barker, ask the government where the money is going to come from. He can attest to that. I told him, insist on the money. Because talk is cheap. Money talks. You know, insist on the money. So Stanton, whether they call Jonathan Massaquoi, I won't doubt you at all because you have a lot of information as well as we all do. But this will be a setback. But this will just be another demonstration of lack of planning, chaos, disorganization. They don't want to do things right. And Stanton, just the same with the asset recovery, right? The asset recovery. Joe Barker said they should talk to us, figure out how we do asset recovery. They go in Ivory Coast. Mole Kamara call me, other people call me. Immediately they come back the next evening, they announce the asset recovery team. Stanton, you know why the asset recovery will not be supported internationally? Let me just finish this. To have an asset recovery that is supported internationally, you have to have a fund established for a specific purpose so that the assets that are recovered go into that fund and is managed by the Swedish, the American, because they don't want the asset to recycle back into corruption. So you're not, Mama, you know the deal. You're not going to get Americans to support you without that special fund. And Joe Barker had that established a special fund for asset recovery. The problem is Stanton, the thing I took care of, our country is disorganized. They don't do things proper. They rush. Like Joe Ware can say, hurry, may trust the boss. You know, so it's the same stuff that happen in every government in Liberia. We're not taking our time, Stanton, to do the right thing.
Did Jonathan Massaquoi complain to you? I just want to be clear. Did he complain to you?
No. Jonathan Massaquoi worked for me. I have his number. I have his contact. We talked, and I told him.
Work for you? How so?
He worked for me at GSC. I recruited him first. I trained him as he was in my legal department. Yes.
Okay.
He was an investigator under me.
You wasn't one of those that recommended him, correct?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm not part of. I have not recommended anybody to Joe Barker. And you know what? I have not recommended a single soul to any government. Because
on this appointment as executive director for the War Crime Code, did he complain to you because they were waiting for him to leave the United States to go back for them to serve him in any shape or form? Did he complain to you that the pressure was on him?
No, I mean, he talked about a lot of pressure. I mean, it's not just Joe Walker alone. I mean, Jonathan has a lot of opposition from the original TRC people, because people, okay, here's a big elephant in the room. Jonathan Massacre is being pushed by Allen White and Grace Bay, period. Nobody else is supporting Jonathan Massacre but those two people.
Why would Grace Bay push Jonathan Massacre?
Allen White and Grace Bay were supporting Cummings on War Crime Code. So they come together as one. So
that was a Cummings thing.
Yes. That was a Cummings thing for the War Crime Code.
That was a Cummings recommendation, Jonathan Massacre.
No, that was Allen White recommendation. I say Grace Bay, and you ask me how. Grace Bay and Allen White joined Joe Barker from Cummings, and they had that War Crime Code agenda. Allen White believed Jonathan Massacre worked with him on some angel case, some case he mentioned that he and Jonathan Massacre work on, and Jonathan Massacre know how to work with him. So he feel that he will be a good person, and he's been giving Jonathan Massacre.
Let me ask you a question. You think because of this that you're setting up the Cummings, the Allen Whites, the Sylvester Crispy, that's the ANC umbrella. You think it gave a bad taste to the Unity Party?
No,
people? That's why Jonathan Massacre. Oh, hold on, Chief. That's why Jonathan Massacre was under immense pressure, because the people saw it like a ANC entrapment with the Jonathan Massacre, with the Sylvester Grisby, with the Allen White. Now Unity Party people now got to force JMB and say, no, we don't want this, because some of the appointment that Jonathan Massacre was bringing in, they were all from the umbrella of ANC. I don't want to go deep into the story, but
Jonathan Massacre is my protege. I work with him. I train him on a lot of this stuff. His professional work. His really first professional work is me, right? I'm the one he know. I'm the one he respect. And he has been accused of a whole lot. He's a fanatical for Madina Wise Wayne. He's Allen White. But I think the real driving force behind Jonathan Massacre is Sylvester Grisby and Allen White. And I know that for 100% because they asked Jonathan Massacre to come and talk to me, because Jonathan Massacre, they know I train him. And I'm not going to sit here and say he's a bad guy, a good guy.
No, we're not talking about his character. He's not a bad person, but the taste that went into the Unity Party people mob and saying, oh, we are sitting here and Sylvester Grisby with the Allen White group bringing in, and I'm talking about Allen White is a good man. I'm not bad talking Allen White, you know that. But the Allen White, the Cummings, bringing in now Jonathan Massacre to play this role, and everybody that Jonathan Massacre begin to appoint, they are all the Cummings people.
Yeah,
the Unity Party people didn't like that.
Well, I don't want to know whether Unity Party like it or not. I mean, you could be right. Cummings, no Cummings, they are all Liberians, I think, and people have the right to be afraid. People have the right to assess their race. I think the people Jonathan Massacre were bringing, some of them I know they're very qualified, but Jonathan Massacre understand that this job, and I told him, this job is controversial. Are you willing to go to the mud to take this job? And I said, you are coming to me for advice. The only advice I can give you as your former boss is there is no money there. There's only $3 million to start that project, and I don't even think you will get the $3 million. Go and ask for that first. And I said, people are going to oppose you. People in the human rights community don't think you should be there for their own reason, because they say you defended people. So Jonathan Massacre know all of this. But I'm not trying to discount the fact that maybe some people in Unity Party or around Joe Barker are a little bit uneasy. This is the third time that Jonathan Massacre have been nominated for something or wanted to take something to take it from him.
No. We're gonna be right on the number. This is the first nomination from Jose Yuma Barker.
Yes.
The other nomination was owned by the same Sylvester Grisby, which was rejected. But this is the first nomination by Jose Yuma Barker that was withdrawn.
That's what I'm saying. But I remember when Jonathan Massacre was being considered for Minister of Justice.
Yeah.
Oh, they called me that day, and that well brought all the everybody take a list to Joe Barker now because of Jonathan Massacre. He was supposed to be appointed Solicitor General, and they called me for his support. Unfortunately, I have never recommended anybody from Joe Barker because I got to keep my own principle. Joe Barker was supposed to recruit, vet. He was supposed to have a professional.
You almost said the same. I have never recommended, but people will carry my name and say, "Oh, Stanton know this person, Stanton know that person." So you know what to do. Yeah,
I know,
yeah.
I know, Baba. I just want to clarify this. People shouldn't go and say why he haven't recommended people, because I'm a man who stick to rules. We agree, me and Joe Barker, that we'll have a recruitment, we have vetting, we have placement and onboarding. He didn't do anything.
Do you think, I want to bring in my man, John. I want to bring in my man. A lot of folks enjoying the conversation. Folks, with 4 minutes left, we'll be going to the phone line for John to take your question.
I wanted to address the other issue. I wanted to address that.
Well, that's why I bring it. That's why I bring in my man. That's why I bring in my man to ask the other question. I want to leave that other question with my man because he understands it better than I do, and that we're going to follow from him. But let me ask this question. Do you think now, knowing everything we know, and you and myself, John, we know a lot.
Yes.
And thank God have given us this grace.
Yes. Thank you.
That this Sylvester Grisby is a planted agent.
I don't want to say planted agent. Nobody is an agent. He's been in the system long. He has established relationship and cleavages. Grisby at his age is not going to change because he has been part of that system.
From 1974.
Yes, when I was barely 1 year old. So he has been part of that system for long. And regardless of whether he's a good guy, not good guy, that long standing around government and doing all of these deals, it gets to you, it becomes part of you. I can't see how Grisby can become a transformational person, somebody who understands governance, somebody who understands process and technology. No, his age is not going to permit. But you know, I said something last time, Center, and everybody got mad at me. Some people got mad at me. They call me from Joe. Why you say you will not appoint Grisby as your Minister of State? I didn't stand on you asked me that question, and I said, obviously, I will not appoint Grisby as a minister. He's like my father, man. He's as old as I was born. Why would I appoint such a man to be my Minister of State? It wasn't anything against Grisby as a person, but Grisby should be ambassador somewhere, sitting and relax. Grisby should be minister. Maybe he has never been one. I mean, he's been in foreign service long, so his outward looking has been external, and now you are taking him to come and run internal stuff. I mean, he did that for Ellen temporarily. You know what happened? So
what happened? Why was he fired? Why was he dismissed?
Well, I don't want to go back to Ellen era. So let's briefly.
For the young Liberians that didn't follow Ellen like that, why was Grisby fired under the Ellen and Joseph Barker government? Why was he dismissed?
You got to go ask Ellen said that, but it doesn't look good like Joe Barker. And I think Kev, that's where Kev started his argument. Why are you bringing back people who got check of character? And I think the Independence Day orator also said that, right? Mama, she said that clearly. Why are you employing people with check of pass? Right?
Questionable character.
Questionable character. And Stanton, believe it or not, Joe Barker get it. Because just a week ago, he was on conference saying he wants to vet. He should vet people, put people in the right places, give people job, but put them in the right places. Don't misplace people, they will not perform. And people who are misplaced.
So the people want to hear about the audit. I want to let Mame to start this conversation because of how we formulated the show. That Mame will bring in the audit discussion. John, we want to say thank you to all of our audience, those that are sharing the show. Those of you that just joining us, thank you. We're going to talk about the whole audit picture right now and talk about the Ministry of Finance, the incoming minister, as we have heard, Gafwan, what John will take on it, and everything about the central bank. We're going to be taking your question, but with the last conversation for tonight, before we go to the phone line, it's all onto you, Mame, the audit.
Yes, but John read the audit report already. He has something to speak to. I would prefer you lay it out and then we'll ask him. But before that, I made a statement that I want to clarify. My information was not accurate. I just spoke with Professor Thomas Kedor, and he clarified that the position in ECOWAS has nothing to do with Liberia. The TSOs told me that the reason why the government got involved was because there was some communication or some interview communication that Kimaya might have presented as if he was the government was recommending him, even though the government has nothing to do.
That's true.
Professor, what he named Keith, I said it, I came back, I feel it's responsible to do so. Professor Kedor spoke with me. He said the position has absolutely nothing to do with Liberia. I just wanted to make that clarification. So
let me make a clarification. I'm sorry because this goes directly. I'm begging by me. Allow me. We got to be very clear, John. Can you clarify your statement on Gafwan that he denied you the FAO position? Can you briefly go over that again?
Gafwan, where the Liberian ambassador, Mommy, what's the guy?
Dr. Sharif.
Dr. Sharif.
Mohammed Sharif.
Mohammed Sharif told me, he said the minister don't want to approve it. The minister is not going to approve it. So Gafwan I didn't talk to Gafwan. I did not call Gafwan direct, but Gafwan was foreign minister. And I had a hunch it would not get approved. If Dr. Vandi was alive today, he would testify to that. Because there was Dr. Adula Vandi that contacted me that Dr. Sharif was looking for my number. And Dr. Sharif can attest to that.
Oh, should we call Dr. Sharif? I think Dr. Sharif is watching and he's trying to clarify as well. Okay. So at the end of the show, we'll open the phone line. It's very important that everybody watches phone. And they are saying Gafwan didn't deny you, though he was the minister at the time. But Dr. Sharif really want to clarify. So after this, when we open the phone line, we'll call Dr. Mohammed Sharif, if you don't mind, sir.
No, I don't mind. I mean, transparency. I'm just narrating what happened to me, and as a business person, I was just trying to empathize with. But I did not talk to Gafwan direct. I never called Gafwan.
So that's the clarity. You didn't talk to Gafwan.
I did not.
Okay.
Yes. So let John lay out the issues he identified in the audit. Then we can pinpoint some of the.
Okay. So what I wanted to really talk to the Liberian people about. What Summit were and the rest are being, Mama, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
What Summit were and the rest are being investigated, prosecuted for is an LACC investigation. Let's clarify that. That's not an audit issue. That issue was given to us during the transition. We all were aware of the $6.2 million during the transition. So we clarify that. Joe Barker then didn't want to rush to arrest them. They had an internal debate. LCC were doing their work. It took almost 6 months or so for them to be able to carry this out. And I hope that they can actually pursue it to the logical conclusion, do it fast, do it quick, and be just and fair. On the issue of the audit of the CBL, so there are two audits. One is the CBL, and one is an audit that is coming out on August 31st by the GSE. That's for the whole government of Liberia account for 2023. The audit of the CBL, I think I already addressed the first issue that I thought is important for Liberian people to know. When they're debating about 110 million, when people are debating about $110 million of plug, don't just dismiss it. That's a lot of money. $110 million is a lot of money. If you took that $110 million of even a $600 million budget, that's almost 18%. That's significant. That can do a whole lot to the education and health hospitals in Liberia. So don't dismiss that. We need to make sure the Auditor General of Liberia, Amra Kone, the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, can work with CBL to actually identify what happened to this $110 million. I spoke to Amara about that. He needs to work with the GSC to do that. The other main issue that I think that we should really address is the whole $178 million of people going over the counter and taking money putting it in their name. $1 million, $2 million. The guy go 1 million one day, the next day you go for 2 million, the next day 3 million. One person back to back. That gave rise to money laundering. That gave rise to corruption. That level of money, 178 million plus, taken away in people's name for NSA, for this, for that. People shouldn't think it's a joke. It has never just happened in CDC government. This is a long-standing practice. I think we had a debate on here before about the health sector doing the same thing, Mame. This is a long-standing practice. $178 million. That's a lot of money gone. We can't account for that. And we talk about there's no hospital, there's no education, there's no roads, there's no good internet. $178 million. And I want Liberian people to understand these people are putting check in their name, walking to the central bank and encashing it. The central bank argument is there is no regulation against the central bank for people doing that. No, Mame. The central bank of Liberia also acts as a commercial bank, holding money, holding agency accounts. So if you're going to put yourself not just as a regulator, but also as a commercial bank, then you should abide by the $10,000 rule. People should not go and take more than $10,000. You can't walk into a bank in America and go take in cash 1.5 million, put it in your pocket and go. I mean, people think that maybe you're doing drugs or doing something illegal. So I want for Liberian people to know that issue has not been addressed. We're just talking about it as though it's just funny, right? I mean, I see people joking, they present what. I mean, we're talking millions and millions of dollars where people just took and no accountability. So I wanted to really hone in that issue that this is something that Joe Barker needs to correct. Because it was done doing Taylor, it was done doing Ellen, it was done doing Julie Bryan, it was done doing everybody's turn. Here's the main issue I really came also today for the Liberian people to know. Mame, I sent something about the 2023 financial statement of the government of Liberia.
Yeah, but before you go to that financial statement, while we stay on the audit, the central bank did not allow the auditors to access. I mean, you talk about it in passing. I wanted you to speak about the magnitude of that. They call the system the MS Great Plains.
Yes.
That is the banking system they use.
Yes. Yeah,
they also did not provide their 2023 financial statement. The theory is during the 2023 period, most of the resources for political campaign were passed through that system. So that's the reason why they did not provide a statement.
Well, Mame, that's where I was going with the 2023 because that issue, okay, that's a central bank compliant issue. This issue is going to appear in the audit that is coming out in August. So the issue that you're just trying to address, so that's why I was trying to not waste too much of the time that Liberian people, because it's the same issue. Okay, it's going to show up in the central bank report. It's also going to show up in the government Liberia report because the money belongs to the government of Liberia. Okay, so if you assign you the government of Liberia financial 2023, prepared by Boema Kamara, on page 35 of that report, 33 to 35. If you, at this time was the last moment, I don't know what I sent it to you, but I can send it again.
I sent it to Mommy, but it's not opening. And I asked you to please resend it to us.
Okay, let me see what I can send that. And this is a very significant point I'm trying to make here. And so I'm going to send you this again. Let me see, Mommy, whether you can reopen it. Mommy, I sent it to you. I don't know whether you were able to open it.
Yeah, let me open it. You see on page what?
Page 35 of the PDF. If you go, I mean, not the PDF, page 35 of the report itself. 33, 35. 33, 35. Go all the way to 33, 35. It starts on 33, 35. Where is it? Detail Appendix 1.
Yeah,
Appendix 1. Appendix 1.
Can you screenshot it, Mommy? Let me upload it.
I already there. I got 33. I got 34.
Mm-hmm.
I got 35.
36, 37, all the way to 38. So the Liberian people, anybody who don't know numbers, You don't want to read numbers, just go to the Ministry of Finance website, download their 2023 annual government library annual financial report prepared by Boyma Kamara for 2023. This is significant. Okay. Mame, if you scroll down, if you go on page 35.
Yeah.
Under transparency accountability. Look at FIU, Financial Intelligence Unit. You remember the 6.2 million that we're talking about? The 6127?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a letter transfer. Letter transfer. That means no document. It was transferred. That's what two of them be prosecuted for. Just 6.2. So remember this number now. Two of them have been prosecuted only for that number here. 6.2. And Stanton, if you look at their budget, you will see their budget was 1.4 million. They sent them an excess. Their budget was 1.4 million, but they spent 7.6 million, and 6.2 of that was letter transfer. And I want everyone to understand this because Ellen Seli prosecuted Julie Bryan people for letter transfer. Letter transfer is illegal. They have no documentation, they have no legislative approval, there's no appropriation. You just took it upon your own, say, send money to mommy, send money here with letter from the Minister of Finance. And then the Minister of Finance will instruct how the money is distributed. It's letter transfer. Now, here's the big one. Stanton, go down on page 35. Look at NSA. Look at NSA. What do you see on NSA? 55 million for the same actions. Letter transfer.
Wow. This is crazy.
55 million United States dollar. And Grace-Bay stopped. Grace-Bay stopped the audit of NSA. But you prosecute the FIU. That's letter transfer.
So why?
Let me finish first. Okay. So that 6 million.
It's shaking me, Stanton. John, wait,
It's
John,
worse.
John, slow down, John. This one's shaking me.
I mean, the numbers are there. It's not my number.
Yeah.
Mama, please call it. Let me post them for let people see, please.
It's yeah.
Do it one at a time, Mama.
National Security Agency of Liberia. The total amount here was 84. The total amount on the letter transfer model talking about is 55.091 million.
Yes. That's letter transfer, Mame. That means Mame just started in the Ministry of Finance and say, send money here, send money there, send money there. No document. At least they prosecuted people for that. Every government around the world prosecute people for that. All right. They cannot even find. Now, do I going to come back and say, the Minister of Finance, President said, President Weah told me so. Well, if President Weah told you so, want to see the letter from Weah with the detail of how that money going to be spent. It's the NSA. By the way, this has been happening under Julie Bryan. Ellen started it. We got Ellen, we stop it. Letter transfer. We stop it. I personally, John Molu went to Ellen, you can't do this. We just prosecuted Julie Bryan for letter transfer. Ellen was scared to do it. But here's what I was going to say, Stanton. Why did Grace-Bay stop it? They say, oh, that NSA. Guess what? Stanton, John Molu audited NSA. They made the same argument. They say, when did the president get authorized? I want to Linda Greenfield. I want to Jima. I want, you know, who requested the audit? Dr. Anthony Sayer requested the audit. Stanton, we audited. The only thing formed by said we couldn't audit where their assets were. And we negotiated with the Americans and the international community. And we said, Stanton, we are not auditing CIA contribution. We are not auditing any contribution from external partner. We are only auditing the contribution, the transfer from our own government. We have the right to do that. And Stanton, they all agree. The Unity Party government, Ellen Seli, if you make an argument to Ellen Seli and she see your argument, she did agree. Under Joe Walker administration, we did audit NSA. So why did they not audit the letter transfer? Why did they even investigate? That's an appropriation audit. You don't even need to go far. Okay, you transfer the amount, say, spend it here, A lot of people are NSA, they want this audit. So don't go audit the whole NSA, just audit that 55 million. But they stop it.
I said it to you, Stanton.
Wow.
So to a problem will get bigger, right? I mean, that's 55 million. They're punishing them for 6.2 million. 55 million. Now go back. No, go back, my man.
I'm back.
Go back to Ministry of Finance and Development Planning.
Which page?
That's page 34.
Yeah, I'm there.
What do you see?
Ministry of Finance and Development Planning.
16
I see 16 million.
60 million letter transfer. The election year. You know, we had a debate in Ghana. Every election year, the budget go up, the expenditure go up, right? 16 million. Add them up. 55, 16, 6, just in letter transfer.
That's 12.
They're almost 77 million, something like that.
77 million.
Why this 77 million can do to Liberia Hospital?
I'm trying to upload all this thing.
I don't want to delay all of this, but let's start talking about the little things.
But why do we refuse? Well, those that are around the president, the letter to the decommissioning letter that was sent to the lawmakers.
By law. The argument then was under the president can order an audit of NSA. And he said he argued with me in letter back and forth. I went to the GMA. I said that Anthony says my audit will audit or I will resign. In the end, Eddie said they allowed me to audit NSA. So Eddie said with all her problem, when you present her with evidence and argument that makes sense, she follow you. So why would Joe Parker administration stop the audit when he was doing it the right way? Because he's the president, he can ask for the audit. It's in the law. Why did they stop the $55 million audit? Stanton, I don't know the answer, but Grace Bay stop it. And people at NSA are pissed. People are calling me from NSA, they point this out. Most of the stuff I'm pointing out to you that people in the last 24 hours, I'm overwhelmed with information from government.
When they initiated the audit, John, because we spoke to our sources, some discovery were made in the amount of almost $60 million. And where the money were going, they decided to put a halt to it. Because the argument was it involved a lot of national security concern.
Bullshit. Sorry for my language. That's
no, I understand. I'm giving you information because we question, why did you decommission the audit that were called upon by the president?
But that's what Kev is saying. You are prosecuting people for one action for the same issue to where, but you are leaving the other issue. What? Who in the executive marshal have interest in this particular NSC? Because I know the NSA people, they made an argument before. There's a precedent that we audited that particular NSA and everything was okay. Stanton, the CIA get audited, the White House get audited. You just pick this for the president to approve. GSC should just pick. Say, oh yeah, the best people, they are confidential and they can do that. 55 million. Here's a $6 million up there. Now people want to put my neck. Okay, I don't want to go into neck. That's a different topic for the day. That's a different issue with neck. And I don't want to speculate. But that's a letter transfer too. At the last hour to neck, 3.6 million. But if you go to the other point I'm trying to make is where does the money come from? Where you take it from poor, you gotta get to Peter. So what is suffering? If you go through this one by one, and let people don't listen to me. You go on the Ministry of Finance website, download it, go to Appendix 1, go through it yourself, and find out why will you take money from education and health and critical areas and give it to NSA in the election year. Why? But then also the other bigger issue is we're just talking about 1 year. Okay, well, we're only talking about 2023. We have not even gone, I mean, you haven't gone back all the way to 2018. Then if you were to go year by year, that number will get bigger. So when I wrote, I said I get headache. That's what gave me headache. because
It is giving me headache, John. Money that I'm looking at, the Liberian people need to know about this. We need to share this information. We need to share this information. There is no way you can catch one thief and leave the other thief hanging. So again, I'm going to ask you my question. Those from the War Crime Code saying they want to come on the show and speak. You know, those, I just want us to branch off a little bit. Ladies and gentlemen, I have called Dr. Sherry. I was just on the phone with him. The phone went off. I hope he can call me back, that we can clarify whether Augustin Kwehe Kafwan stopped the appointment of John Molu to FOA or FAO. We need to clarify that who stopped John Molu appointment, his nomination, and who stopped it. So we need to clarify. Once Dr. Sharif called me, he will speak to the nation. John, is there anything else, Mame, that we didn't touch on? Because it's 6:21. I've been holding John for almost 3 hours now. We got to go to the phone. It's a lot we have gotten out of John. John, before Mame, you finish with the audit? Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure
you clarify some big story. You gave a big story on this audit for tomorrow.
You gave a big story on this 77 million letter transfer.
We need to clarify some other stuff. Like you said, then I will ask John Molu on the auditing stuff. We need to clarify on the you say 10 million for
Kimia. Yeah, what's going on with that? Where did he take 10 million from?
Kimia, the information I'm receiving, the story is not true. And even the current business association, head can actually attest to that the story is very, very untrue.
You got a current business association individual phone that we can call them?
Yes, I can.
Okay, while you work on that, John, can you clarify that 10 million Kenya story, please?
Okay. So you remember during the campaign after the election, before the inauguration, I will put in May, June's picture, Crimea, everybody front and center about the $5 million loan. You understand? And this is where I hope Boma Kamara is doing well. I was in Ghana. Boma Kamara called me. He said, Mejun will sue you because Mejun gave that money to the bank for the bank to give it to Business Association, Kemea Group. It wasn't Mejun who physically gave the money. I said, it doesn't matter. It's Mejun who is the governor, under who authority, and who instructed the bank to give the money to Kemea. So it's rare hearing. And then Boema told me that it's not 5 million. And call Boema today, call Boema Kamara. Boema said it's not 5 million. There was another follow-on with 5 million. So it's 10 million. He said to me, John, I have the documents. I fired him to Joe Barker. I said, Boema has the documents. Boema should disclose that 10 million with Kemea Business Association.
Did you see the document?
No, I did not see the document.
So you just hearsay from Boema?
Yes, and I trust Boema. He was deputy governor, and he was managing that affair. It came from Boema own mouth.
So your information based on what Boema told you. It's not something that you actually. It's not something that you actually investigated and get hard evidence. This is something that Boema told you. It's a hearsay.
For the entire 10 million or the 5 million, or maybe got two chunks. One, I was talking about the 5 million that is public information. Right, I mean, you Google it, it's out there. Major instead were boasting about it. We call him poverty doctor for it. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can say during the early administration, you were not pissed with that. You were all pissed with Major with that money. About the 5 million that Major was giving that we call him even a poverty doctor. I knew about that. That's what I was writing about. The additional 5 million that Boema Kamara told me. And I have no reason to doubt Boema Kamara whatsoever. No reason. He was the deputy governor under Major managing this. He was the prime minister.
Sorry, John. I know we're going to go through this, but I beg you, John. And sorry if you want to take this. I get Dr. Sharif on the line. He asking you to please speak to your appointment that was denied. And as you said, maybe it was denied through Augustin Kwehe Kafwan.
Yes, Dr. We'll call him Uncle Sharif.
Mohammed Sharif.
Mohammed Sharif. This is John Moore. How are you?
Yeah, John. Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine.
You remember in 2012?
Yeah, John, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. In 2012, you contacted Dr. Adula Vandi to contact me to be the auditor for FAO because of Liberia time, right?
Dr. Sharif, can you please listen into the phone and lower your radio, please?
Really, me and the late Abdullah, we were always in conversation, but the Auditor General issue of FAO was never ever brought up to my attention. So I don't know whether or not that's the time you're talking about. What year? This is 2011. I was there from 2011 up until 2016.
Yeah, that was 2012. 2012. Well, in 2012.
No, I don't recall at all because the minister at that time, Minister Gaffwan, never ever talked to me about any Auditor General in Rome, actually, because the Auditor General issue never came. During my tenure, we were talking about balancing the budget of FAO. And by that time, I was the head of the African ambassadors, all the ambassadors from the African region accredited to FAO. I was the head of the African ambassadors, and we were dealing with the balancing of the food and agricultural budget.
And you are saying that you and I.
Come here again.
Dr. Sharif, can you please lower your radio and listen through the phone, please? We're having a bad delay. Can you turn your radio off and just listen through the phone?
Go ahead.
All right, John, go ahead.
Okay, Stanton, I am telling Dr. Sharif that the entire time he was the ambassador of the FAO. He never contacted me for my company to be the auditor of FAO for that year. He never contacted me at all.
No. When I was at FAO, there was no contact regarding Auditor General of Food and Agricultural
Not Auditor General, not Auditor General. I was no longer Auditor General. Auditor, not Auditor General.
Auditor, did you contact his office for their services?
In US?
No, not to my knowledge, not to my best knowledge, Brother John, my nephew. I never contacted you for Auditor General at FAO because there was no Auditor General.
No, not Auditor General, but Auditor to audit. Auditor.
To provide audit service.
To provide audit services for FAO, but not Auditor General.
No, that never came to my office. That never came to me, even as the African ambassadors, because I was the president of all the African ambassadors. And whatever FAO wanted through the African Union, they contacted me directly. But I never had that as auditor to audit FAO. We were trying to balance the budget of the FAO. During my administration as the president of the African Union, we were able to balance the budget at the FAO, which all the European Union and all the other
So you didn't call on John.
Yes.
Services, his business.
I did not call my nephew. I did not call John at all. I did not call.
Thank you, Doctor.
Maybe that my other cousin El Mohammed. Maybe he may have, but El Mohammed was actually at UNESCO, so it could not have been him from FAO.
Thank you, Dr. Sharif. It's good having you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me talk to him though. Okay, he's gone. Okay.
Yeah, he never not good.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
But thank you for the clarity to that. It's important for us to do this. Let's get back to the Kemea issue before we go to the phone line, John. You've been very gracious with us. We say thank you. Thank you for always.
I sent the number for the.
Call the person, Kev, please, if you can. The FAO, so the $10 million came in by way of the whole weeks thing that went to Burma Kamara, correct? And it was awarded to Kemea. I just want to
Stanton, let me say this. The issue about the central bank loan to the Liberia Business Association is not secret in Liberia.
It's not secret.
It's a pure public information.
Right, it is.
Through the LBA, the central bank provided money for loans. Kimaya managed it with the Liberia Business Association. Businesses went there to get loan. The loan defaulted. They're not secret.
They're not secret. So why?
So how did the 10 million go to Kemea? That's the question I just need.
Oh, that was the hair for the LBA. That was the hair for the Liberia Business Association.
Okay, so then that Kemea credited $10 million.
It was a government initiative. Government said, the same way they did a proper loan, right? Government said, central bank said, we want to provide loan to small businesses. Liberia Business Association was identified as a partner to the central bank to do that initiative. Kemea was the hair for the Liberia Business Association.
Google in their pictures of Kemea and Majun shaking hand on this thing. So
that's how Kemea
became. So the argument is unique. Kemea was his head, but the company was awarded $10 million. That's your argument, John.
That's what I said.
Okay. But is that Kemea was given $10 million to go in his pocket?
No.
But you have to get it straightened up now. You have to get it because it seemed like Kemea took $10 million and put in his pocket.
No, he said Liberia Business Association.
Yeah, but the Business Association is
okay, let's go.
We're trying to
very much, John. It's very clear. I was confused.
You especially the fact. I mean, how can I take Kemea to $10 million himself?
No, I was confused. Seriously, I thought Kemea borrowed $10 million. That's why I was confused.
No, listen. And you just got that Sherry say, remember now, correct? I can't remember fine. I'm content, right? I hope may so rest in peace that Adula Bandi was our contact between. But if he's denying this, Stanton, I'm gonna find the truth. It's been long, but I'll come right back here.
I do.
And I'll find the truth because I am so baby because he called me out. Why would I come back here and discuss?
But the bigger picture, John, is that this got nothing to do with Augusta Pay Kafwan.
Yeah, that's what. But he told me, he said the minister don't want it. Kafwan doesn't want it. Now he's denying that he denied that he never even had a conversation with me with Audit, right, Mami?
Let me ask you this question. First, we are going to the phone line. Get ready. We'll take a couple of questions. Again, we want to be so thankful to John. John, the argument that Yombly and how people are making, the senators, all of them, can the Senate be audited? Can we audit the Senate?
Yes. And again, people accuse me rightfully. Okay? People accuse me rightfully for now auditing the Senate, now auditing the judiciary. And I think I told you that Anthony Sayer wrote me a letter asking me to audit the NSA, judiciary, and the Senate, and NEC. In the midst of that, Stanton, I was hired to help Liberia meet HIPIC audits. The HIPIC audit was the only non-negotiable part of that $4.9 billion debt relief. There was a lot of pressure. I think if you can remember, they put people in the street. John Money don't want to finish audit. 2010, they said I will resign. That was a big thing on my shoulder. And I did not have all the resources, Stanton. These are institutions that have never been credibly audited before. And you are telling me in the midst of a $4.9 billion potential HIPAA audit, I should drop all. I said, fine, no problem. I wrote a letter of engagement to Dan Clayton Watterson, asked him, and Mr. Johnny Lewis. I went to both of them, they called me. And if Mr. Clayton Watterson can attest, he said, John, Mr. Auditor General, we do not have any system set up here. If you can't, you will just cash order all. And then they laugh about it in the Senate. I said, look, I don't have the time, but I will send a team of people to help you set up the system so that when the audit is over, we can come back and review that system to make sure. Greater water stream. That's how the GMAP, because I could not just do all of this thing within my own self. We had to do it within the GMAP. I went to Chief Justice John Lewis, same way. And that old man told me, John, I was a lawyer and a judge. I have never managed anything before. We don't have any system yet. Can you come and help us set up system? So, Stanton, I did not audit them, but I helped them to set up system, at least start, a neck. And Flumoya can attest to this, Jim Flumoya. The Supreme Court and at the legislature. And Jima agreed to it, Eddie said he agreed to it. Then the issue came that I should order the executive marshal as well, Stanton. I said, these are the two seats of government plus NEC. These are institutions that are very high risk, very vital to the economy and to the country. The GMI settled that we should put system and control in place. I went and wrote with GSC the practices of accounting within the presidency to protect any city office so that is the higher level of integrity so that people don't. And I even just suggested that to Joe Baga to go back to that document. So yes, the Senate can be audited. All these people can be audited.
So all the Yaman is saying, John, that we need this just to lie and to steal, complaining that, there's so many reasons they cannot do a forensic audit, so many reasons they can't do any audit whatsoever. It's just a nonsense. One of my main thing is that, John, let's put the number up to go to the phone line. This thing about the PAC, the Public Account Committee funds.
Yes.
John.
Yes.
I mean, talk to us a little bit about that PAC.
Well, maybe here's another thing. You remember, I can't remember his name. Doing the transition center, I wrote a lot of stuff. I was sending it to you. There was a guy who picture I published and said, look at this guy. He won the election, I think, in district somewhere in Monserrado. I can't remember.
District 4.
Yeah, I sent that picture out. I said, look at this guy.
Yeah.
You know who that guy was?
He was the head of the secretariat, right?
Yes. Okay, so you know the story.
Yeah.
So I told Alma Corner, you're going to be the PAC man. That's a place where you can make a lot of money or do a lot of good. So he left with Alma Corner and the PAC to make a lot of money. Because when audit report come, like I said in my text, the last time we were Carlos, they negotiated, right? You can negotiate and walk away with a lot of money, Alma, or you can use that committee. In a lot of countries, that committee can throw you in jail, Stanton. That committee is so powerful, it can throw you in jail. So Alma Corner sits on one of the most important vital committee for transparency and accountability in the country. He can make or break. He can be filter rich, or he can make like filter rich and clean. So that's what I want to say about that.
I wanted to ask you a question on Amara. I don't know if we have time before the.
To ask your last question on that, then we go to the phone line. We already got to go.
If we go to the GSC report, page 37 and 38, right? Table 9. Page 37, 38, table 9. It says transaction not traceable on the operating result of the CBL, the ECF loan. Amara saying there's no supporting document. The bank did not give supporting document to the auditor. That is his claim. But they're saying that it's not traceable in there on page 37, 38. It is not traceable. Do you think if folks gonna go with Amara thing that he's saying, oh, okay, they didn't give the supporting document at this moment, if that's true, do we discount the GSC report that is incomplete? Because Amara is saying that there's no supporting document, but they're saying it's not traceable, the amount. So over $100 million.
So Kev, the way I will handle this, when you say something is not traceable, it could be two things or three things. One, lousy accounting, they didn't keep record, blah, blah, blah. They didn't give me the documents because they're hiding it. They have it because they engage in fraud. They misplaced the document. These are all fraud schemes, right? For me, once you say not traceable, I hold you responsible. And then you open the document. But the GSE, if they're doing, the GSE should be identifying who is the most person responsible for that transaction and hold them accountable.
Right.
That's the way I would have done it. I will go down to that level, hold the person accountable, and then the person will bring the documents. But if you just leave it not traceable, nobody take responsibility. That's what I'm saying.
So we're saying that. So we're saying that the GSC report got some faults. We cannot rely on the GSC report based on.
No, Kev, you can a auditor can give a qualified opinion and say all these ones are good, but this one I can't trace it. This one, like the opening balance we're discussing. So, Kev, it is important for you to keep that issue alive. And as a GSC and the Public Accounts Committee, go and trace it. You can't just stop there and say it's not traceable when you walk away.
So we can.
Thank you. Kev, let's go to the full line. I beg. Let's go to the full line.
I just want to just argue the incomplete report because they're not following through.
The report is complete, but that particular area needs somebody to account for it. And the law, either the justice minister can step in and hold that person to follow, the PAC can step in, Joe Barker can order LACC to investigate. So yes, Kev, I don't think that issue alone. I think you want to be able, as somebody who is active in the opposition, to say, unless we see this particular person being held accountable, we don't think it's fair to hold anybody else in that report. You can make that valid argument like you've been making, right? But to conclude that the entire report is wrong because one issue is not traceable, if they didn't put it in there already, okay, I was there, okay, that's another way they would have done it. They was there outstanding issues. And you take it out of the report and put it as an appendix that these issues are not being completed yet. You can also do that.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Kev. Thank you, Mame. Damo, thank you as always. We want to take some questions. And once we take questions, then we're going to give John the chance to answer those quarters. And then, John, again, I want to say I'm sincerely, seriously, thank you for showing up today on Spoon. Allow us to take a few questions because our audience have to be part of the show. Let's open the phone line, Damo.
Sure, you can open the phone lines 0-777-107-5, 0-555-101075.
I do have the former minister D. Maxwell want to clarify.
Sure, bring in former foreign minister D. Maxwell come here.
Yeah. Yes, Chief, you are on.
Can I go ahead now?
Yeah.
Okay, greetings, Stanton, John, Kev, and the rest of the team and the listening audience. I feel constrained to clarify. I was just informed that there was an appointment by Mr. John Molu that we received 10 million United States dollars at the time of our service at the Central Bank of Liberia. Hello?
Yeah. Go. Yeah. You on? They hear you good.
Okay, that information is very far from the reality. A total of 5 million United States dollars was made available by the Central Bank of Liberia through 3 respective agreements with 3 banking institutions. EcoBank, 2 million United States dollars. International Bank, which was then headed by the now appointed acting governor of the Central Bank of Liberia, Mr. Henry Samoa, 1.5 million United States dollars, and First International Bank, 1.5 million United States dollars. First International Bank later transformed to GN Bank, And it is my understanding that that bank has again been changed to another. The agreement with the Central Bank of Liberia was very clear. Each of those three banks had the responsibility to repay the Central Bank of Liberia. Under that contractual agreement, the three banks were to ensure due diligence using their set criteria for the selection of members of the Liberian Business Association who meet set criteria to be able to access such loan. And anyone not being responsible for such payment, those banks were responsible to repay the Central Bank of Liberia. The Liberian Business Association, the management, in no way interfere with the selection of who gets loan from those three banking institutions. The only benefit was that the loan of $5 million was for the members of the Liberian Business Association who meet the criteria. B. Maxwell Sakemaya Sr. did not receive a cent, not a Liberian cent, even as loan. Mr. John Malu, you do very good research. Go to either of these three banks. It's good Samuel is there now as the acting central bank governor. Talk to him, engage, even you, Stanton, engage, and you will now find out that Temaya received a dime as a loan. And it was not a money cent, and it was not a cent more than 5 million United States dollars. 2 million. In fact, when later on, First International Bank had a problem with the amount, their loan or the loan was transferred to the Liberia Bank for Investment and Development. LBDR took a certain portion when it became clear that FRB was having a problem in terms of management or whatever problem they had at the bank. So at no time, gentlemen on the show, that we ever received 1 cent as loan, and at no time the Central Bank of Liberia, under the leadership then of Dr. J. Mills Jones, ever gave a cent more than 5 million US dollars to any of the three banks as cumulative as total amount. So, John, yes you doing well. John Malu, you're doing well in terms of following up, research, bringing information, but it was a bit disappointing to me, knowing and following, hearing you always, that you deal based on facts when from information that reached me, if it is true, that you said Burma Camara called you and that you were asked if there's evidence and you say you got no reason to doubt Burma Camara. That's not the John Malu that I know, that I hear, who proceeds based on evidence and facts. And you see, our country, before I get up, is my first time on Spoon. There's so much.
Jeff, can we talk about the appointment? Can he clarify the appointment too?
Yeah. Okay.
And people disregard with respect to the implication on people's character. I've had over the last years of my being in government a barrage of misinformation and disinformation with respect to my character, with nothing being true. But at the appropriate time, just as we are speaking to this one issue, we will be able to do as a justice with respect to clarity as it is. Somebody may say, well, we're speaking lately, but at the time, the position we served that has to do with diplomacy, you know, John, is different from other positions, so you can't just jump, to the radio or talk. It's not that we're afraid of the microphone, because that's one of the best things that I like to hold, the microphone. But thank you very much, Stanton, for giving me the opportunity to provide the clarity as it is. Say what you may say, but with respect to money, transparency, accountability, that I can put my head up very high, with respect to that, because we didn't go in government, to serve for the purpose of money. Thank you, Stanton.
Minister, do you want to speak on the appointment a little bit? Do you have time to speak on the appointment, the ECOWAS?
My call is with respect to the fourth assertion made by Mr. Molu. However, I just like to make this particular point, with respect to that. The position of resident representations, within ECOWAS, that those positions are strictly within the purview of the president of the ECOWAS Commission, who, upon due diligence, makes appointments to whoever within the belt of ECOWAS as a citizen of that may be deserving based on competences and skills, and columns with respect to equity representation. And at no point in time, and nobody, nowhere on earth, can show any document that D. Maxwell Sakemaya Sr. nominated himself or made self-nomination as it is. Yes, there's a saying, a prophet is not respected in his home. But we know the competences and skills, and we are very proud of our record at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Liberia for the time of our duration, as it is. And that's how much that we can say. Today, for instance, you hear people running with a non-permanent member seat of the UN Security Council. July 9, 2023, the heads of state and government of ECOWAS unanimously in Bissau endorsed Liberia as the only candidate for the West Africa region, when Guinea-Bissau, based on representation by the former president, Dr. George Manuel Weah, and myself as his foreign minister, all our colleagues then in Guinea-Bissau, withdrew from the process. But today you hear that Guinea-Bissau, they withdrew from the recent ECOWAS summit in Nigeria. The communique is available. I will send it to you, Kev, and you'll pass it on. The communique from last year, July 9, signed by His Excellency General Mbalo, the president of Guinea-Bissau, who then served as the chair of the authority. In fact, it is that very day that His Excellency President Tinubu took over as president of the authority. Liberia has a clean slate at the United Nations as long as you are the candidate of the African Union. Europe will vote for you. The others will vote for you. It's just a matter of formality. In that instance, we can go up, we can come down, say what you may want to say about President Weah, but President Weah delivered on that with respect to the foreign policy, as it is. So that's just a point. We can say all tonight. The engagement has started.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Man can talk off, but we'll bring you on, and we'll be happy if you can accept our invite to talk on national issue. We appreciate you, Minister. Thank you a lot.
And thank you very much, Stanton. You have my commitment. You have my commitment on that. Thank you very much, and I do appreciate the opportunity given me by your platform. And to John Malu, I don't want to think that it was intentional. I think we all are humans. There are times we do fall short. So I consider that wrong assertion with respect to the central bank as something that is not of reality. You still got Honorable David Fahad, who was then member of the central bank board, of Governor. You got Governor Vinton. They are all living today. Governor John Besman is gone. You ask them, they will confirm all that I'm telling you as it relates to the $5 million. And again, I end on the note that Temaya did not take a cent. He didn't receive a cent. Thank you, Stanton. And
thank you.
Commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Stanton, you gotta give me an opportunity to respond to him.
Please do, John. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, a bunch of political hogwash. Okay, he admits the 5 million in a race doing a transition. And Stanton, you had that article I wrote about the 5 million. They need to pay the 5 million. He's not disputing it, but you see what he does clandestinely. Why he's distancing himself? I am so great, so powerful, so clean. But Mr. Samoa, he draws Samoa knee. That Samoa is responsible because Samoa is the one that took the money from A. June. Because Samoa is coming in as central bank, he wants to think Samoa. So he's protecting his character while bringing somebody else's name out. I do not know anything about Samoa taking loan. As far as I'm concerned, this is the public information with James Kimia and May June shaking here on 5 million, and they call him May June property doctor. Boema Kamara, after I issued the $5 million issue, Boema said it's not 5 million, it's 10 million. So here is how this is going to end. And this is how the government of Liberia is screw up Stanton. People do things and walk out with impunity. None of us here today, and I've been arguing about this loan issue, none of us here today have transparency and accountability on all the loans in Nigeria Stanton. These political connections, these political friends take from LBDR, they take from central bank. I am calling on Joe Barker like I did during the transition. Joe Barker should make sure they pay that 10 million. Call Boema Kamara.
But John Malu, but this is yes.
No, let's jump in it. No, Kev, hold on. Let's jump in. I beg you.
Kev, this is something I've been talking about for almost a year. We need to know and verify. I just told you on public TV.
You did not do your due diligence to check.
Kev. Let give him a chance to finish, please.
I am not telling you somebody said so, somebody did this. $10 million. I talk about 5 million, Boema say it's 10 million. I asked Boema say all these things will come to light. So Stanton, let's go and ask Joe Barker. Let's go and ask Joe Barker. As I've been saying for a year, we need to launch a full-scale investigation. If Kemenya is boasting today that he got not even $1, none of his businesses, none of his affiliation with the Liberia Business Association got even $1. And whether the Liberia Business Association, except under the hospital of Kemenya, did not get even $1. We need to get to the bottom of that. GSC should come in and produce that report for all the loans that have been taken in the government. It's 10 million. Yeah. Boema Kamara will not lie.
John, Kevin, you got somebody on the call?
Yeah, the minister want to straighten this Samoa thing that you said. Minister, please straighten this thing. Minister, you are on. Minister, you are on. I think I haven't delayed.
Say let John finish.
Yeah, he finished. He finished. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Stanton, can I clarify this somewhat?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please do so.
Okay. Thank you very much. John Malu, I did not say that Samoa is responsible. The issue of the $5 million United States dollars loan that was given from the central bank Stanton is not a secret. There was a very big program, an elaborate program, where the Central Bank of Liberia formally launched the program.
Yes.
Formally launched the program. It's
Yes.
not a secret.
Yes.
Now, all I'm saying, Stanton, Central Bank had a contractual agreement with RB Bank, Central for $1.5 million of the loan.
Then they pay it back. Let them pay it back. Let them pay it back.
Central Bank had an agreement with Echo Bank for $2 million United States dollars of the money. The former FRB, these three banks, according to the agreement, were responsible to pay back. It's like any other loan transaction from Central Bank Stanton. The only thing that money was kept aside, one can term it in the form of, say, affirmative action. But that amount was for LIBA members of the Liberian Business Association. John Malu, I didn't tell you that no business of the Liberian Business Association received loan. I didn't tell you that. I never told you that Henry Samoa, for you to say that I'm talking about Henry Samoa because of his appointment, no, then you don't know me. And true enough, you don't know me. You know, as it is. This is not politics. I got nothing to do with Henry Samoa being appointed or not being appointed. I'm not in that. I reference Henry Samoa because Henry Samoa was the head of International Bank, of IB Bank. That's how I made reference. So it's not that Henry Samoa took money. No. And so these banks were given the opportunity to set their criteria. If John Malu meets the criteria for Echo Bank to get John Malu money, Echo Bank should get John Malu the money. So we're not like get $5 million and you get this out to anyone. No, there were due diligence, there were criteria set. So I'm not saying that members of the Liberian Business Association did not get the money. No, I will even send the phone number of the current president of the Liberian Business Association with his name to Kevin. He will send it to Stanton, and he can follow up on his own. So, John Malu, please, don't bring me into politics thing. I'm a straightforward guy. If I have something, I will say it. I won't go around. I'm telling you reality. I'm not saying the impression from what I'm told you created earlier was that 10 million were given to Kemaya.
No.
I'm even told that Stanton even asked a question whether Kemaya was given the money personally, as a thing, and that came later on in the show. I'm going to clarify the wrong assertion that it was 1 cent more than 5 million, because it was not a cent more than 5 million. That was no secret. It was.
Thank you very much, Minister. We said thank you. We know we got a lot to discuss with you. We hope you can join us at your given time that we can talk Liberia. Thank you very much, Minister.
I just want Malu to know, Stanton, before I hang up, that this was no secret.
But I said it already.
All the different.
I'm the one who said it publicly.
It was an elaborate program.
I'm the one who said it publicly. I said you bring the money back. You will bring the money back.
And don't say I want to spoil somebody's work. No, I don't want to spoil anybody's work. I'm not into that. I am not into that.
Can you ask the minister whether he has taken on the position or whether he has declined the position?
Is a decent
I
character.
can hear you.
Samoa is a decent character.
Minister.
On record for that. Yeah.
Minister, thank you. Have you declined a position with ECOWAS, or are you going to take on a position, sir?
Denton, we've spoken on my primary. The primary focus of my call, Stanton, was to clarify the wrong exception by Molu.
Thank you.
But out of respect, that's how I just provide a little information with respect to what it is as it relates to the position itself within ECOWAS, the details as it relates to that position, and to confirm that it is a non-statutory, position. But Mame already, from my understanding, also clarified that from the source that the government has nothing to do with that position as it is. I appreciate the comments.
Thank you.
With respect
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
That position. So thank you, Stan. And like I said,
thank you, Minister. Thank you.
You have my commitment, and it's the beginning of engagement, on your platform. Thank you.
I appreciate Minister Kamea. Thank you very much. Good that you call in. I really do appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Kev. John, let's wrap this thing up. I know, John, we're way past time, but John, please, I'm begging you. You gotta go. I appreciate you a lot, man.
No worries, no worries. I just want to punctuate here. I sent you my original text that I sent out back in November, that Clemia and Lebron Business Association were partying with $5 million from May Junes, right? I sent it to you. It's right there. Right, my mayor. I just sent it to you. So that was my original position. Then it escalated because Bama Kamara said, no, it's not 5 million, it's 10 million. And Clemia is saying, very smart, that Clemia did not receive money personally. He's not saying none of my business association receive it. He said he did not draft Samoa name, but he didn't draft anybody's name but Samoa. Right? He said Samoa is responsible. They're supposed to pay by the 1.5 million. Stanton, then you need to call Samoa. Then he paid by the 1.5 million to the government of Liberia and the Liberian taxpayers' money. Let's start with Samoa. Say he's coming as a bank governor. He can't just come here and talk long, call people name, draft name, and run away. It is our obligation, and it is own obligation to follow up with Samoa, because now everybody knows Samoa owes the Liberian government 1.5 million, because it was him, an international bank, that took the 1.5 million to get to Kemaya Business Association. We need GAC intervention. We need anti-corruption to intervene. But Stanton, a simple call to Samoa.
We'll follow up with Samoa. That I can assure you we will. We'll follow up with Samoa, and I think
because he dropped the guy's name. I don't know who Samoa is, but he dropped his name because he's been appointed. He didn't drop nobody else's name but Samoa.
But he didn't accuse Samoa though.
He said Samoa. No, he said Samoa Bank.
He said the Abbey Bank.
He said head about who?
Yes, Samoa was the head.
Okay, so but why he drop Samoa? Why he didn't just say Abbey Bank? Why he drop Samoa name? So Stanton, Samoa, the same way Kev called Kemea. And Kemea said to you, Stanton, the Master Kemea did not receive a dime from that money. Well, does that mean his business did not receive a dime? When we found out that his business ever received $1, he should come here and clarify. Because he said, I didn't receive it personally, but you own JS Moluma company, you the one receiving it. That's like red herring. So I think you need to call Samoa. For me, my interest is the loans across government should be paid back. So that's all. I don't care who took it. I don't care whether they 1 billion, 10 billion.
We just want it back.
Want it back. Bring it back. So right now, before we leave today, we know according to the Master Kemea that Samoa Abbey Bank owe the government of Liberia 1.5 million. And someone need to tell us whether Abbey Bank have paid that money back to the Liberian taxpayer.
But he did not mention that Samoa took money. He did
not. The bank for which Samoa had.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he's saying Samoa took money.
Let me fair. He said the bank. Samoa ran the bank. So either or, we will pay a quarter Samoa. Samora now, he's no longer part of the bank. He's now the acting governor. It will be important to hear from Samora what he knows about the 5 million.
Let me make it clear. The minister
It's already clear. It's already clear.
Someone took money. He never
The
mentioned
minister didn't accuse Samora of taking money. The minister said the IB bank. But
you
the
know,
fact that Samora
okay, Stanton, we gotta be fair. He said the money didn't come to him because he's the head of the Black Business Association. He said he went to this bank, go to this bank. By the way, it was the Samoa Bank, where Samoa was head of the bank. Why did he not say IB? Why did he drag Samoa in?
So we will place a call to Samora, John. You are quite correct. I'm going to ask Samora. I'm going to call him. I'm going to give him a hard time the entire week that we can get an answer from Samora on this issue. And I'm going to call the portion of the clip.
Stanton, if we walk away from here, that the Liberian people have recovered 1.5 million for IB Bank because of Dimas what came here, I give him credit. But we got to collect that 1.5 million. That's what I'm interested in.
Job S model the second. Wow, the Trump. I don't know where your mom born you at. A lot of things came out of you today. I want to say thank you.
Honestly, he just played a little politics there. Try to
don't
you never mentioned someone. And one thing we should make clear again. None of that money went to Kimia businesses. Nothing, So we just made that clear.
Kimia didn't say that. You saying that? Kimia said none of it came to me.
Him and his business, nothing.
Nothing went to his business.
Get that clear.
Hold on 1 minute.
Oh, my man.
The former minister, wait. The former minister said the money never came to me, Dimas account. He didn't say the money didn't go to his business.
Yes.
So let's get it straight all way.
Yes.
But again, we can call that clip and distribute people. Mame, take us home. John Molu gotta go. Mame.
So a very, very good show. A lot of revelation from John. His opinion on the central bank audit. His opinion on the findings from the finance ministry, the transfer of over $77 million that he called letter transfer, penny investigation going into that. I listened to Kimia briefly. When public officials, and I will never accuse him because I've not spoken with anybody. I got no reason to accuse him. But when you hear public officials say, you can't find my name in anything, it's not sufficient. I listened to Creighton Duncan when he left the central bank. He was the chief of staff to the governor.
Yes.
Creighton Duncan has a lot to say about how the Liberia Business Association and the central bank mismanaged the loan. He got a whole long story that he explained all around about how the process was mismanaged, how it was politicized, and how it was intended to establish the political party. And when that political party was established, Kimia became the chairman and Miojun became the standard bearer. So Creighton Duncan has a long story around that loan to LBA. I will not indict Kimia on anything, but if you listen to Creighton Duncan, you will come to the realization that, like John said, there is a need for investigation. $5 million is a lot.
It's a lot.
Why are we not interested in establishing how did it go? And if we can recover, how can we recover? So by just saying, they send the money to us, no business associated with me, my name not there, no money came to me, it's not sufficient. Especially so when Creighton Duncan has a longer list of allegations about the mismanagement.
I heard that he want to appear on Spoon, or he want to talk to us, and I heard also about a lady called Lida. One leader, if I'm not mistaken, or lead something. She wanted to talk on this issue. But again, guys, a great show, John. Thank you very much for always coming, man. And you give the Liberian people what they were expecting of you.
Thank you.
Let's help think Liberia, love Liberia.
Thank you. Message.
Together we can build a better Liberia. I really, really appreciate you, John. Thank you.
Thank you. So can I leave?
And I wish your family well. I wish your family well. Yes.
Thank you. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Kev. Good seeing you. Thank you, Mami. And Stanton will talk. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank everybody for watching. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Yeah. Kev, you talking to me?
Yeah, say your text.
Yeah, I can see the text. Go ahead,
Okay.
please.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead, Minister.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
You on live. Go ahead.
Stand down.
Yes, sir.
Stand down, please. Sorry for being third time and finally around.
So you're always welcome. Please don't say please. We're here. Please talk to us.
Just for the record, when I said John Malu as an auditor, you're right. When I said I didn't, yes, but actually what I meant, and let me just add in a second, no business related to me receive any of the loan. No business related to me receive any of the loan. And mommy, look, Liba did not manage the loan. The loan was managed by the three banks. Thank you. The loan was managed by the three banks. So Liba didn't manage the loan. The loan was managed by the three banks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And D-Max will be joining us anytime in the near future. We're working on him. We hope he can come. We want to say thank you very much, Minister Maxwell Kamaya.
He said absolutely.
Yes. We want to say thank you very much, Minister Kamaya. It's always good, always good. We hope we can bring everyone here on Spoon. You know, we got a lot of questions. And let me say this to you. This is what makes us who we are. We bless you. Over 70,000 people joining the show, listening to us today. We said thanks to John Malu. I said thanks to Ambula Mame. Thanks to Kev Atme Hassan. The boy that grew up in Sierra Leone, got no place to stay. He came to America. And want to say thanks to everyone. A beautiful show today. Dama, you can come on, Dama. Thank you a lot.
One minute.
Yes,
Just put this stuff up yet.
Yes, sir.
So I mean, it's just.
You got Dama number, right?
Yeah, I got Dama number.
Send it to Dama, please. He'll put it faster than I do.
Oh, okay. Oh no, I don't. So folks,
huh?
I don't have Dama number.
You don't have Dama number.
Send Dama screw me or I deleted a number.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wow! So how you doing that? So
copy another John Malu and give me a chapter here.
Send Dama screw me or
I just say Dama number, but let me share this edition coming up tomorrow, Variety newspaper. I want to encourage you, please grab yourself a copy. You know, we're partnering with this newspaper, but how you call him? Martin Colley have not given us a dime yet. We still being patient. We still sharing newspaper. Dama, the man won't pay. The mountain man. But you know what? One of the best newspaper in that only two newspaper I follow is the Variety and that of the Front Page Africa. Want to encourage you, just $40, $40 $40. Grab yourself a copy. In McGill's shoe. I'm going to be running with this story tomorrow because I broke this news about the Ghanaians guy and the company. I got all the documents to this company. I think I don't want to send a document on my thing. So I'm proud to say, yes, we are collaborating. All right. And this company here was been, talk about it will be, Grace Bay and everybody else want to bring this company in. But my God, wait for tomorrow. I don't want to get into it. Wait for tomorrow. A very important story. You will want to read this story tomorrow. I'm guaranteeing you, will want to read this story tomorrow. Very, very important. So get yourself a copy and let's have a good talk show tomorrow on the Spoon Talk. I also want to say, thanks to John Malu. I wish his family well. Seriously speaking, thanks to him. He gave you a lot today. He communicated with former President George Manawia and said, you, Mr. Former President, should be charged. That was powerful. And he said, the president just said, you're my boy guy. You should make available the investigator's report from Grace Bay and the Social Security. He's holding nothing back today. He put a $10 billion on Kemaya. Kemaya said, no, I didn't eat the money, my man. Go ask
Five.
some more and go ask all of them. That only 5 million was being floating around. The War Crime Court appointment, he said, I told you so. The lawmakers, he said that the lawmakers can audit. The senators should audit. They shouldn't lie. And they're hiding a lot of stuff. That's why they don't want to audit. NSA, where is the $60 to $70 million? Why Sylvester Graceby decommissioned the audit? We are talking about Liberia here. So a good program today. We stay in question about the resident representation. That will, you know, we talk about Kemaya. Kemaya said he will not speak to it, but they are still monitoring it. I respect him for that. And again, thank you for following Spoon. As always, I give it to you, Mame.
Yeah, my closing, while we talk about audit, while we talk about investigation, we know that people who are indicted want to prosecute the case in the public.
I'm sorry, you gave the thing though, Damo?
Yeah, that was the variety stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll just send it to you. So I know people want to prosecute the case in the public. They want to get public sentiments. What we will tell our people is, no matter what that happens in the court, paying attention to how your resources were mismanaged. The court is the court. When anybody come out with information and say Unity Party government, let's push them to call individuals. When somebody come out with information and say CDC government, let's push them to call individual. Because in the CDC platform, there is nothing there that says go to government and steal. In the Unity Party platform, there is nothing there that says go to government and steal. So individuals who go to government and decide to steal state resources, when we have evidence on them, then name them and shame them. We should not wrap them in the institution. I will say that, and I will conclude that we are aware that people want to prosecute the case in the public. They want to spin the narrative. They want to create a situation of claims and counterclaims over who stole more than their friend. United Party people will say, oh, you stole more than us. CDC will say they stole more than them. That is the picture they want to create. But within that picture, the message to the ordinary people is, look at their eyes. Look in their faces. Look at the people who mismanage your resources. Look at the decisions they took. They could withdraw 50 million, 20 million, 16 million on counter. When you ask them, they say we use it for security purposes, so we can provide no evidence. Are these the kind of people you want to provide? You want you to provide leadership for you in the future? Those are questions you should be asking. They could go to court and declare that we use it for security purposes and work free. The prosecutors could be compromised and not prosecute well, and they could walk out. Like we saw several other cases. Somebody went almost killed a girl. We saw the picture, we saw the video, but he walked out because the prosecutor did not prosecute well. But it doesn't change the story that somebody was about to be killed. That lady with that American guy, it doesn't change that story. So, I mean, we look at the court, but let's look at the substance. The substance is people took state resources. The evidence there. It impacted you. It denied you drugs in the hospital. It denied you chairs in the school. It denied you electricity. It denied you medical opportunities. Are those the people? Wherever you find them, whether in CDC, whether in UP, whether in LP, are these the kind of people you want to continue to provide leadership for your country? It's a question you should ask yourself.
Thank you very much, Mame. As always, we want to say thank you. Kev, you want to close?
You know, Senator, one of the major takeaway from Molu interview here, Molu is saying that this government is not serious to fight corruption. He is saying because of the questionable character under this government with Graceby and others, they are not serious. That's what Molu just told the Liberian people. You see, when we say it, you know, people will say, "Oh, you're saying it because you don't want audit." But yeah, Molu saying it. He's saying it clearly. This government is not serious. You should start to fight the corruption under your watch. They $500,000 from the OMA, this OMA their money, our people money. that they rely on to manage their old age. The money that they work for all through the years. Crispy took that money. He took that money and bought a car and gave that car away to family members under the watch of GMB. How can you say you're fighting crime? How can you say you're fighting corruption? Look at what happened. It's $650,000, Stenton. $650,000 for inauguration. What happened? It just went. Not even water were on that stage. Not even water. Folks who went there, they just tent under the heat. Not even water. A Liberian died on that day. GMB said, look, I will investigate. I will do this. I will audit. What happened next? He praised was Miata Formula. He praised Miata Formula. So how can the Liberian people take this man seriously? GMB is not serious to fight corruption. He's witch hunting. He's going after people because he wants to go after people. Let me say this. If anybody follow, it's one of the questions I wanted to ask Balu, but there's a lot of things he was saying. Anybody follow what happened in the missing money case in Mozambique? Go and do your research. The current government and the past government are in court right now. The current government, because of corruption, that's how you fight it. But you cannot be selective. When you're being selective, what will happen? How you expect the other side to feel? Your first thing you need to do is to fire Grispe. But you know why he can't do it? Because he and Grispe did the same thing. He instructed Grispe to do it. He did that. He told Grispe to do it. So he cannot fire Grispe. You understand? So if anybody in that illusion, in that mentality, think that JMB is fighting crime, then you living or fighting corruption, you living in different planet. He's not doing it. He's not doing it. What was JMB voice? Stanton, can you allow me to play this one video? Diamond, can you play that one video for me? I want to ask, what was JMB voice?
I mean, your time finished, right?
That's that one. That's that one. I beg you, my brother. That's that
Yeah,
one.
I was trying to upload a video for some reason.
Hey, my man, stop it. You told me it's uploaded. You told me it's still uploaded.
I can't remember telling you.
My man, the video don't want to play. The video don't want to play.
No, my man, you see. I want to be.
I can't remember, Kev. The video.
JMB voice.
Why can't let me close back? We gotta go back.
No. That video, Kev. The video.
That the contract video. That Zaza Kawa video. Zaza Kawa video.
The reason.
Yeah, let me close back.
JMB voice. But let me end this. I know Diamond that you know that you people. But let me end this. Diamond. Well, you know what? I don't blame Diamond because they may not allow him to the mansion tomorrow if he plays. These are how the people. Listen.
Yeah, let me close, man.
Diamond was still hot on our government. Diamond and I went to the mansion, no problem. Yeah.
All right, Kev, but let me close. So let me say this real quick. Kev, thank you very much for the good show. Mommy, as always, you came just in time. You know, Captain couldn't make it today. We appreciate you, Mommy. To John Balu, we said thank you, John. Extremely well. You gave the people all the eyes. So Akaris mostly great. Meow, you took him off his call. And every other thing that was outlined today, we appreciate you, John Balu. Akaris great got to speak up. I mean, he owed the Liberian government too, as reported by John Balu. But I want to say that we'll call the acting bank governor somewhere. We asked him, you know, the question about this $5 million, he need to answer. You know, but Mommy, I'm kind of something here. I'm not listening to what I kept saying, that Joseph Boakai is in this way, Sylvester Grispe. I'm not listening to it. Joseph Boakai is a decent man. And I will say this to everybody. But Kev, you close that. Okay.
Try
Okay, it's not on the change that. Let me close. I beg you, man.
Correct.
Okay, we know you're on probation, yeah, but I beg you back. Yeah, man. Sometimes, I mean, you gotta invoke the article of probation. The man on probation, even made 3 months here, he's still talking. 3 months probation.
I should have fired. I should.
But I do want to say this. So I do believe that President Burger will take action on that NASCAR and Sylvester Grisby situation. The president will. I strongly believe he will. Time of season is very, very important. He will take action. And there will be no government coming to power. And somebody will look back and say, oh, Sylvester, we'll persecute you. We'll take you to court. Who authorized you to call the National Social Security and take the poor people money? We need an answer. The same thing we're doing the Summit Tour today. It will be done to Sylvester Grisby tomorrow. You have to answer the question. You wasn't in government. Why you wrote the letter you wrote? And why the National Social Security Director even answered to give you that money? That's not a small thing. Today, tomorrow, forever, Sylvester Grisby will have to answer. Who asked him? Who authorized him? You are not in government. You are not in government. The 17th of January, you demanded that amount of money. So President Burger want to get nothing to do with this. You want a clean hand. Except Sylvester coming up and say, well, the president told me to, the president-elect told me to go for the money. Then again, that will be even a double trouble. This is bad for Sylvester Grisby. This is really, really bad. They will go after him. And you have to answer to the Liberian people. This thing must stop. Joseph Burger, my friend from EWA, that my friend from Joseph Jingle. So what? You know it was bad. Anybody actually, it's not only Sylvester Grisby. We got so many documents that during the election cycle, my man, people are making different requests. In the name of Joseph Yuma Baka. I look at someone today, I say, if I even tell the Papa agenda, you will get fed. They were making different requests. That was today someone can get a job. And the second behind, because the first thing is that they were making requests in the name of Joseph Yuma Baka. And people were afraid, mommy, that we are leaving government. If I don't answer to this person, they will take my job because they're coming in. I get the list. I got the information. I don't want Brother Sylvester Grisby when you're on the show. Story. Let Damo yet.
So don't pick one more person from the list. I know you flash the list to me. Pick one more thing all. Yeah, adding all the Grisby make it.
You bad man. If you say I'm gonna be doing that, you want me to go back to my own stand. Oh man, we government number. We'll go against Kev there again. We'll bring it up. But we government now. But let me say this: it's very important for us to move on. I want to say I'm disappointed in the legislature, the Senate, the representative. I mean, every day they seem to be a disgrace. They're playing kakalika with the Liberian people. We got some bad issue coming up. $20 million. $20 million. They rewind the whole budget for $20 million. Yombi Kanga Lawrence, Funati Kofa, all of them try to cover up. They rewind the whole budget. I got all the information on that. We cannot trust them. But they say, you know what? 2029 so far. We can lie to the Liberian people. We can justify the reason. But we'll catch them. We will. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our mother. Then don't forget, tomorrow, Spoon Talk. Everybody coming. John Moro have opened Pandora bags. But I'm happy today that D. Mike's come at your call. And we're working with him to come on the show. A lot of people, when he was speaking, Mommy, they say, ask him about the rape allegation. Ask him about sexual harassment allegation. I refuse to do so. Because I want D. Max to look in the camera and address that issue, not on a phone call. I have received some document, and I will share with you, Mommy.
You know I knew Nila, bro.
What?
Talking in my possession.
Yeah, because what happened? D-Max on a position on this thing. If you go through it, mama, if I share with you, contrary to anything else you have heard. And I think he should be given a chance. We know that we beat on him. Because if they accuse you don't talk, then people believe it. Now you can blame me that the other side talk, you refuse to talk. But I think he should be given the time in the space of the public to explain himself. It's something I said about 712. I reached out to 712. He blocked me. Well, that's okay. I said, you got to come on the show. We are working. He should explain himself. But with 12, like I said from the beginning of the show, if you hold the rope hold the bush. And when the rope hold the bush, the roots will follow. I end on that note. May God bless you. May God keep you. As we love Liberia, as we think Liberia, and together we can build a new Liberia under Joseph Yimabaka. We see you tomorrow by God's grace. Mamba, thank you, man.
Kev, my man, I saw a different side to you today.
What's that now?
When you had former foreign minister on the phone, you were so humble and so timid. And yeah,
That's
chief.
the man political leader.
Yeah, chief. Third chief.
Later, man.
Later.
All right.
Thank you so much for watching. And this is how we draw down the curtains on another edition of One-on-One with the CEO. We'll be back here tomorrow, or should I say, tomorrow with Spoon Talk. Yeah, across the Spoon Network. My name is Damas Langa. I produced for you tonight. Have ourselves a wonderful night, and bye-bye.